Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are all welcome to this program. It's the 8th Social Entrepreneurship and Philanthropy Conference. And the theme is From Ideas to Impact, Leading Sustainable Change. You're all welcome once again. My name is Jonathan Beko, and together with Ama.
My name is Isiedu Amansa. We welcome you once again to the 8th SEEP Conference 2024. Before we start the entire program, we cannot start without God. And so we're going to call on Priscilla Apia to have the opening prayer.
Good morning once again. Shall we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, this morning we want to say thank you. We want to appreciate you for everything you have done for us and how far you have brought us in this call. This morning we are here gathered in your name, O God. We invite you to come and take absolute control. We pray, O God, that you have dominion and take preeminence. We pray that everything we will do here, Lord, will be guided and guided according to your power and your wisdom. We pray for your leadership. Come, reign, and have your way. And when we are done, we will say, thank you be to your name. This and many other things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Let's give it to her. She's done well. Thank you very much, Priscilla. So we welcome Dr. Jones Opoku-Ware to give us the welcome address. But before that, we want to acknowledge our lecturers who are here with us today. We've been graced with some of our lecturers from other departments as well. So we welcome Dr. Jones Opoku-Ware. Let's give it to him, please. We have Dr. Nyamade as well with us. Let's give it to her, please. And then we have Dr. Kwesi Esi Edu with us as well. Doctor, kindly give us a wave. Right, so we welcome Dr. Jones to give us the welcome address. Please, let's give it to him.
All right, good morning to everyone. So, Director Ideal, Professor Anthony Andrews, distinguished invited guests and speakers, colleague lecturers, friends from the media, and our students. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning once again. So, it is with a heartfelt gratitude that today I want to welcome all of you to the 8th Social Entrepreneurship and Philanthropy Conference. And as we gather here today, we are here to climax a journey that over the past 1 year, our students have embarked on. And now, as I look in this room, what I see is a diverse tapestry of individuals who are bringing in their unique contributions and community projects that is supposed to deliver some kind of public service to various communities across the country. And from seasoned entrepreneurs and also to passionate activists, as well as dedicated philanthropists, and our eager students, what we are all united together is that passion of serving our community and making sure that we bring about change to the communities that we serve. So today, we are here to explore the intersection of social entrepreneurship and philanthropy, two powerful forces for driving social progress and also addressing the most pressing challenges of our time. Because in the face of complex issues such as poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation, as well as access to education and healthcare, it is clear that the traditional approaches that we've used over the period is not enough to deliver the kind of public goods that we want to have for our country in terms of development. It is thus necessary that as students of development management, we deploy different approaches as we've been taught in class to deliver these kind of goods for the communities that we serve. On this basis, we are welcoming you to this conference so that we will showcase to the world what we've been able to do and also tell the world what development management as a program here at KNUST, the capacity we have to contribute to the development of this country. So once again, I want to welcome all of you to this year's conference, and I know that all of you have prepared very well to give very insightful and very, very good projects, which I know, together with my friend and colleague, Dr. Victoria, have, supervised for you guys to deliver. And I know that by the time we leave here, everybody will know what we've been able to achieve, even within the short period that we had as students. So once again, welcome, and I wish you all the very best. And I hope that together we can do this and do it very well to the best of our knowledge. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones Opoku-Ware. Apologies, I was not able to introduce a very big person amongst us. We have been graced by the presence of our Director of IDL, Professor Anthony Andrews. Kindly give him a standing ovation over there. Thank you very much, Prof, for coming. We would want to hear your address now. So thank you very much there.
Good morning to you all. Right. Special guest of honor, invited guests, facilitators here present, students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. As the director of the Institute of Distance Learning, it is my distinct privilege and honor to welcome each and every one of you to the 8th Social Entrepreneurship and Philanthropy Conference. This year's theme, that's From Idea to Impact, Leading Sustainable Change, promises to be inspiring and challenging for all of us. Thank you for joining us this morning as we embark on this journey today. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of the numerous developmental challenges confronting our nation, it is imperative that we cultivate managerial expertise to address social, economic, and environmental issues, and also to provide solutions that are both lasting and sustainable. The MSc Development Management Program was established precisely for this purpose and in collaboration with our international partners through the distance learning platform. I am deeply honored to see so many bright and passionate students gathered here today to share innovative and sustainable solutions for tackling real challenges in our communities. Your dedication and creativity are truly inspiring, and I look forward to an impactful discussions and ideas that will emerge from this gathering. Special guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, it is an attempt to showcase to the world these community developmental interventions that the Social Entrepreneurship and Philanthropy Conference is organized every year. This is in tandem with the developmental practicum course of the MSc Development Management Program designed to provide students with practical applications of the classroom knowledge to solve real-life developmental challenges in different communities across the country. You are the bridge between innovation and execution. leveraging thoughtful analysis, inventive strategies, and international program development to breathe life into social initiatives. Your work goes beyond overseeing projects. It is about fostering a culture of engagement and empowerment. By adopting a result-driven mindset, you ignite a sense of responsibility and purpose in others, encouraging them to take ownership, drive change, and see firsthand how entrepreneurial solutions can address pressing societal issues. Your influence does not just build programs, it builds movements. Ladies and gentlemen, the project you will be presenting today is a testament to your commitment to addressing urgent community needs. You have delved into diverse environments, collaborated with stakeholders to create sustainable solutions, tested and refined your ideas, and achieved meaningful positive impact. Whether your projects focus on improving education, access, enhancing healthcare services, empowering local economies, advancing environmental initiatives, or other critical areas, you have shown the incredible potential of combining good intentions with innovative thinking and effective execution. I am pleased to announce that today's event will also feature the 2023 SIAP Awards. We will honor the most outstanding philanthropic initiative from the 2023 student group, celebrating exceptional efforts in tackling societal challenges and also promoting sustainable impact. Your dedication and hard work are truly inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to announce that starting this academic year, the Institute of Distance Learning will offer short certificate courses called Professional Add-ons. We are launching this initiative with a certificate program in collaboration with NEIZER. This initiative aims to further enhance the practical skill sets of our students and provide industry-relevant certifications that complement their academic qualifications. For more details and updates on additional short courses, please visit our website. On behalf of the Institute's board, I reaffirm our steadfast commitment to providing every resource to propel your worthy cause forward. To the philanthropists, socially conscious business leaders, and development partners here today, I urge you to support these inspiring change makers. Offer mentorship, open doors, invest resources, do whatever you can to help our students achieve their vision for a fair and thriving Ghana. Their innovative projects and community-driven efforts have great potential, but they need your support to fully realize it. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to take a moment to appreciate our exceptional students here gathered, facilitators also present, and collaborators for bridging the gap between academia and community. Our efforts to enhance higher education's relevance and impact on the lives of ordinary Ghanaians are truly commendable. As my predecessor noted during the 7th SIAP conference, I want to add my voice in recommending that many of our postgraduate programs adopt this approach. Annual conferences and exhibitions that showcase the collaborative efforts of our students and development partners will be highly beneficial. Following the initiative of the Institute of Distance Learning to release news briefs in the course of the year, I encourage you to highlight inspiring stories and real-world impacts achieved in communities across Ghana to be published in the Institute's news briefs, showcasing the tangible benefits of our collective efforts. On behalf of the Institute and the nation that we serve, I express my profound gratitude to all who have contributed to making today a resounding success. Your support, whether it's financial, intellectual, or through the selfless donation of time and expertise, has lifted and empowered the next generation of development leaders. To our students, I extend my deepest admiration. You embody the resourcefulness, tenacity, and vision needed to drive real, sustainable change. Please clap for yourself. You deserve that. You are truly problem solvers, creative catalysts who turn obstacles into opportunities, building a stronger, more equitable society for all Ghanaians. It is my fervent hope that today's showcase of your extraordinary work will inspire continued engagement, investment, and impact long after this conference concludes. Through collaborative, multi-stakeholder efforts, we can ensure that institutional initiatives translate into lasting transformation. May the Almighty God continue to bless you and all your efforts in making the world He created a better place for mankind. I thank you all, and God bless you. And I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
I think we can do far better than this. Director, thank you so much for this wonderful speech. We are so grateful for the initiatives and the opportunities you are trying to give to us as students, not just coming in to get our degrees, but additional certificates as well. Thank you. At this moment, we call on our class rep to give us a speech.
Good morning once again. To our distinguished guests, my dear director, lecturers, media presence, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to represent the 2024 year group of MSc Development Management. Today's theme, from idea to impact, leading a sustainable change, comes alive through practical, innovative projects to be presented by my fellow students. As development practitioners, we recognize the significance of social entrepreneurship and philanthropy in driving sustainable change and addressing the complex challenges we are facing today. In doing this, we are with the aim of promoting inclusive and then sustainable growth. This conference provides a unique platform for us all to engage with like-minded individuals, share experiences, learn from others and the best, and then to provide us with what we encountered during our field engagements. We are excited to explore the various themes and topics that will be discussed during this conference. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to our lecturers, speakers present, the ATIP organizers, and participants for their contribution to this important conversation. I invite you all to engage with us, ask questions, and provide feedbacks as we showcase our projects. Together, let's explore ways to amplify our impact and create more equitable and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, our class reps. You have been our pillar and our support during this program. Thank you once again. At this moment, I acknowledge the presence of our guest speaker, Mr. Joshua Ahiaba. Please, can you give us a wave? I also recognize the presence of Dr. Felix Obemboatin, who is the Institute Finance Officer. I also recognize the presence of our own Dr. Sherry Adoma Bempa. At this juncture, we would all stand up and then sing the national anthem in our local language, the Yenarai Assassin.
Now we will all be singing.
People are coming from different.
Please, your microphones, you can turn them on whilst we sing.
Okay.
We'll try our best and sing. Okay, so switch it off. So we'll call on the Kete group to give us an interlude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inshraba Cultural True, for such vibrant performance. This is a true evidence of the rich Ghanaian culture. We thank you very much for that. Next on our itinerary, we have the introduction of the guest speaker by our very own organizer of the SEEP organizing team, Mr. Gideon Breffo.
Good morning, everyone, and we are happy to have all of you here. I think for those who are part of the organizing team, it's been a lot of work behind the scenes, and thank you all for the effort that you put in, and especially to Dr. Vic for also the support and direction given us in doing this. And Joshua, we are happy that we called upon you, and you have responded, and you are here. And interestingly, you were here on time. That was the amazing time, like waiting for us is good. So Joshua Hiaba is head of units, PFS, GIZ. And he has been in this space for a long time, over 20 years and counting. And so it was exciting that he responded to our call, because in the development phase, very dynamic, and you need somebody with enormous experience in that field to provide some guide, especially for those of us who undertook the development management course but don't have much experience in this field. I'm sure that you're going to learn a lot from him, and we can leverage on that experience, and I think that we all need to connect with him afterwards, so that if there are projects that we are undertaking in any community, and he can also, sometimes it's not about the funds, but also the network, right? They say that now it's not about who you know, but it's who knows you, because they will come after you and say that there is this project we want you to implement. So Joshua, there is something unfortunate about what you're going to do. We've been trying to download your presentation. It's not working yet, but you are the one that prepared it. And so you can speak to it. So let's give him a round of applause to come. Even though he might not have any visuals, he will still present for us. Welcome, Joshua.
Okay, good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, can I hear some response? Good morning. Good morning. Okay, great. Director of IDL, coordinator, lecturers, facilitators, students, entrepreneurs, media and all protocol observed. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. And just like Gideon said, coming from GIZ, the German International Corporation, I bring to you greetings from the GIZ family. I work with a program in GIZ. GIZ is a very big family. So I work with one of the wings we call PFS for short, which is Support the Private and Financial Sector Program, which largely supports sustainable agenda, promotes entrepreneurship, supports young people with great ideas, and of course, also promote green economy as well. I left this campus some 21 years ago, so it's great to be back today. From the Unity Hall to Republic and finally at Katanga, completing the, yes, so, yes, charge. Yes, so I'm going to walk you through some few slides, but I think the part that I would like most is the interactive part. I'm sure there will be time for questions and answers, because I think that's the part that will bring out the things that you really want to learn or get from me as far as the donor experience and sustainability is concerned. Right. But before then, I was very happy to hear that you are going to present a number of projects. And I think next month or so, GIZ and the PFS, we are in the process of designing a new project. And usually when we do that, we have appraiser missions from our headquarters that come to speak to stakeholders. And actually, the input from stakeholders are what goes into design of such projects. So I will crave the indulgence of the House and request through Gideon that when the appraiser mission is here, maybe I have a selection of people with great ideas and projects to be engaged by the team. Perhaps one of your great ideas might find its way into the new program. Yeah. Right, so let me go into the presentation. So I would say a few things about sustainable development, the role of finance in sustainable development, sources of funds for sustainable development, the challenges, a bit about innovation, the gap between funding and innovation and how we bridge the gap, and then a few points by way of a call to action, what we should do. Right. So, talking about sustainable development, I'm looking at it from two dimensions, the contemporary understanding of sustainable development and the primitive. But primitive does not mean it's not important anymore. But years ago, when you heard sustainability in our space, all that people thought was, oh, how can we actually mainstream initiatives? How can we mainstream the agenda that our development partners have introduced into our system or into existing structures? So that's what people understood by sustainability. And so if you heard sustainability in projects, you're like, oh, how can we continue this intervention after the project has left and all that? That was actually the understanding of sustainability. But in the contemporary world, or in the modern situation now, we are looking at sustainability by way of development interventions that meet the needs of the present situation without compromising on the future generation to come. So what that means is that, yes, we have a lot of developmental interventions that are ongoing that answers the needs of the current generation. But how can we best do that so that as we meet our needs, we don't also compromise the needs of the future generation or the ability of the future generation to also meet their needs? So that's actually the current understanding or the new trend as far as sustainable development is concerned. And, I mean, when you read most books and literature, you will find three pillars of sustainability, but I have added a fourth one, which I'll walk you through briefly. So the social pillar of sustainability, which actually talks about ensuring human well-being. So talking about mental health, talking about all kinds of things as far as human well-being is concerned. And then also environmental sustainability. So this talks about protecting the natural environment, protecting resources, efficient use of resources, recycling, waste management, and all kinds of interventions that literally protect our environment. The third pillar is what I have added, and that's usually not spoken about a lot. I intentionally made the economic the last one because we are talking about financing more today. Now, the cultural sustainability actually deals with the relationships between stakeholders within the sustainability development space. And I must say that this is very, very, very important. When Gideon was introducing me, he made mention of networking. Networking is very, very key as far as achieving sustainable development is concerned. And through my presentation, you realize that in this era of scarce resources everywhere, you have heard about the U.S. Trump has canceled the aid that he's given, and that is also stimulating others to also rethink about the support that they are also giving to Africa. So in the face of scarce resources, one of the best ways to go is how do we leverage on partnerships? How do we complement each other's effort? So cultural sustainability deals with the relationships between stakeholders in the space. Economic sustainability, so the last pillar, actually deals with growth in the financial space. How do we create long-term prosperity for the population? How do we reduce inequality? How do we actually optimize the little resources that we have? Budget optimization, good, efficient use of resources, and what have you. So these are actually the 4 pillars of sustainability. What is the role of finance as far as sustainable development is concerned? That's a very simple question. Money answers all things. You can have all the great ideas, you can have all the great strategies, you can have all the great plans, but if there is no money to implement it, forget it. And I believe that from idea to impact, we cannot leave money out. The sad thing is that I have seen in the last 20 years of my work life, a lot of young people, especially in the last decade that we are promoting self-employment, entrepreneurship, and all kinds of things. It is sad to realize that a lot of young people have very, very great ideas, very wonderful ideas, but how do they start? How do they transform the idea into a practical solution that will give them money? That means that money is a very, very important thing, and that's why we want to talk about finance today. So, finance plays a very critical role in sustainable development. And what does financing do? Primarily, financing actually provides the needed resources, the investment, and the mechanisms to drive the kind of change that we want as far as sustainable development is concerned. And specifically, we need money in the space of sustainable development to fund green sustainable projects. So, when we are talking about sustainability, it comes with a lot of initiatives. It comes with a lot of measures. The renewable energy interventions, the sustainable infrastructure. We are talking about having energy efficient buildings and structures. We are looking at a situation where, for example, this wonderful edifice here is powered by a sustainable energy, solar, wind energy, what have you. And all these things, introducing green technology, all these things require money to fund the green sustainable development interventions that we are talking about. And then promoting green and sustainable finance. So the infrastructure on one side, there is actually the need to have financial mechanisms to drive the sustainable change that we are talking about. Green bonds, sustainable investing, social impact bonds. These are all financing mechanisms that are required. But without money, we cannot actually go into these areas. And then risk and climate adaptation. You are aware that we are all faced with climate change, and it is widely spoken about all over the world. And this actually calls for climate risk assessment. The assessment requires a lot of resources. For you to conduct assessment across a country or across a sub-region to understand the dynamics, the situation, the challenges, the situation, whatever, requires a considerable amount of funds to be able to do even these assessments. All of you are in the academia, and you know how much it costs to even do basic research. Sometimes even your first degree research requires you to go some places, travel, and all these kind of things. Without money, you cannot do that, you know. When I completed school, I think after 2 or 3 years, one day I was home when my stepfather called me. And my brother, who was here at KNUST, had told my stepfather that the project work, he introduced the project work to his father, who is literally an illiterate, like a whole project of building something, because the father was rich and he wanted to make all the money from his father before he completes school. So I was there one day, and my stepfather called me and said, "Hey, Joshua, how did you make it through your university?" Because the amount of money the son was taking from him for project work was more than the 4-year school fees that he had paid. So you know how expensive research, assessment costs you. And so risk management actually calls for climate risk assessment, providing insurance for resilience. All these things are things that we need funds for. And then supporting transitioning into circular economy. Transitioning into circular economy, just transition, is a talk of the world now. Every economy is looking at how do we go circular? How do we go into reusable things? How do we go into recycling? How do we minimize waste? And all these things requires funding. Recently, Zoomla and some companies have established a number of recycling plants around the country. And if you go to these centers, you see that these are really capital-intensive projects, which are very difficult for a starter, to do. So there is a need to also invest some money in transitioning into circular economy. And then promoting financial inclusion. There are a lot of undeserved or underserved communities, some communities who have not had their equal share of the national cake, as we call it. And for all these communities to also contribute to sustainable development, they also need to have some funding mechanism to be able to get on board the journey to sustainable development. And the last one is to influence policy. Everything that we do is driven by policy. The policy creates the enabling environment for some of these initiatives to thrive. And those of you, I'm sure our lecturers and some experts here who have been ever involved in reviewing and drafting policy documents know what goes into policy formulation. Really expensive, the process. It cannot be an event. For a policy to be an all-inclusive policy or document requires lots of processes that also require resources. So what it means is that finances has a huge role. We can go on and on and on and on and talk about what funding is required for as far as sustainable development is concerned. Where do we get funds to drive sustainable development? There are several sources, but I want to talk about 3. Government funding. So our national government invests some money into sustainable development. But as you know, it's always said in the African continent that government has very limited resources, primarily because the revenue is very low, the tax brackets very, very narrow. We have a lot of people within the informal sector who are not contributing to the national revenue. And this probably account to government's limited revenue, as well as overspending and lack of prioritization. I'm sure you know these things better than I do. So government funding is one of the sources of sustainable development. And I think that if you look at the wind that is blowing now, it's a wake-up call for our government to begin to realize and to begin to sit up and see where to prioritize. Because who knows who will come after US to say that we are not supporting Ghana again in our agenda to drive sustainable development. We also have lots of support from the international community, where I come from the donor agencies, from international NGOs, philanthropies, and all that. And then, of course, we also have private sector investment. We have a lot of private companies around who are also trying their best to invest in sustainable development agenda. But there are a lot of challenges associated with these funding mechanisms. 8 years ago, the project aimed at leveraging on private sector funds to drive sustainable development. And we were doing this through a kind of a PPP arrangement, which in our space we call DPP, Development Partnership with the Private Sector. And you realize that even for us to be able to acquire some projects through that mechanism, we first of all needed to look at private sector organizations who have some benefits from the project outcome or the indicators. Otherwise, they would not invest in it. So, for example, some agro-processing companies that invested some money in some sustainable development agenda ensured that at the end of the chain, whatever the project was delivering was going to benefit their company in another way. So, for example, if farmers were giving capacity building in smart agriculture, enhancing productivity and all that, the processor was very sure that after investing in building the farmers' capacity, they are assured of reliable raw material supply, quality raw material supply, and what have you. Otherwise, what do they benefit from such an investment? So the challenge with the private sector is that if the sustainable development agenda does not contribute to their profit, does not contribute to enhancing their social license, does not contribute to enhancing the image of the company in society, then forget it. They have nothing to benefit. They will not actually invest there. We had a couple of companies like the Fruitiland, like the Pinora, like the Blue Skies, that invested some money into sustainable development because at the end of the chain, they would also have some benefit there. We had some mining companies also investing in sustainable development. Now, the other challenge, the last one I want to talk about, is where I'm coming from. And I think we all have to bear in mind that gradually, donor funding and international support is dwindling gradually, going down and down and down. And this did not start this year. Some companies had budget cuts, I think, for the past 5 years and on, and still ongoing. We have witnessed a situation where U.S. has withdrawn completely. And I mentioned that we don't know what Canada is going to say the next month. We don't know what Netherlands is going to say next 2 weeks. We don't know what Germany is going to say, the EU and all that. So eventually, donor funding is dwindling. And I think that this is as a result of the economies that have been hard hit by several things that have happened, like COVID and other things. So it's not really strange now. So we all have to bear in mind that one of the challenges here is that the donor funding is dwindling gradually. And this is going to affect innovation. So all these sources of funds I mentioned were or are the sources that are driving innovation. So if there are challenges, then it means that it's actually going to affect innovation. And I'm not going to read through all this because these are just slides to explain to you what innovations are, the types of innovations, and what actually drives innovation. But what I want to make clear here is that there is actually a gap now between innovation and funding. And I want us to look at what is in that gap. So, primarily, innovators have challenges with early stage financing. A lot of investors who have funds and resources to invest are usually not interested in the experimental ideas, but they are interested in models that have been proven to work and are really sustainable and have impact. So impact investment has become the order of the day. And that's actually a huge challenge for innovators, for people who have great ideas and are looking for resources to start. So that's one of the serious challenges that we find in the system currently. And you all bear with me that some initiatives or some innovations actually requires investment right from the start into research and development. Some innovations require a long period of research to be able to come to a point where you can say that this is really proven and tested. Some of them also require certain tools, certain strategies to be developed even before the real investment itself. And this is very expensive. How many private investors, how many international agencies are ready to invest a lot? I'm sure the heads of our institutions, the lecturers, will tell us how many times they have written proposals to organizations to fund one research or the other. And I don't know how many or what percentage of such proposals have resulted in funding. It's really expensive. And sometimes the funder is looking at, oh, how long will it take to get me the results that we can work with? Some want quick results. And some of the research takes a long time, especially when it comes to innovation. Right. And then another challenge is that sometimes we have the innovation, but the market is just not ready. They are not ready for innovation. They are not ready to patronize in new developments. And these things, I mean, it is what the market is ready to patronize that transforms into income for you as an innovator. The other challenge is scaling up. I have seen a lot of businesses, a lot of business ideas that started so well at the ideation stage, at the very early stage, but did not actually fly when they had to move into commercialization. So scaling up has become very challenging for some of the people. There are some great innovations that scaling up shows that, no, this is not going to be, it's not going to work. It's not going to be profitable. And so the innovations end there, right? So there are a lot of challenges that MSMEs in this country. So now I want to call the innovators MSMEs now. Yes. So there are a lot of challenges that these innovators go through in this country. And I've listed a number of them there, which I'm sure you are used to them. So standards, sustainability, and compliance, very complex. I will show you on the average how many permits that an innovator in this country requires to start a business or to be in operation. Very complex. Very, very complex. Market access, access to affordable financing. If you hear the interest rates of some of the facilities that people are offering to young businesses, ooh, very alarming and very scary. 5% per month, 10% per month, and what have you. So when you accumulate it over a period of 1 year, this is just impossible. And then understanding the regulatory frameworks that we are talking about. Access to inputs and raw materials. Sadly, I have seen a lot of industries in the agricultural sector run down after a period of time because they cannot access the resources anymore. I was involved in a project in the central region. This project was actually financed by Kennedy Japan and his business partner. And that company is one of the best processing companies in Africa that transforms citrus into puree and other products. The machine is, the factory is fully automated from the inception of the raw materials until all the final products are ready. And guess what? After a few years of operation, that $100 million factory is sitting idle and it's not running anymore. Because even during the peak season, the factory runs for 2-3 months and all the citrus in the central region is finished. It's closed down. So, access to raw materials. the consistent supply, the quality. I visited a factory recently in Sunyani, or in the Bono region, around the Brekum area. Very huge tomato processing factory. Very huge. And when I got there, I thought, woo, this is really a welcoming news to the tomato farmers within the area. Because sometimes in those areas, a box of tomato can rise as much as 1,500 or 2,000 cedis per box. And this same tomato box can also come as low as 20 Ghana cedis. And sometimes it is sad to find some farmers who will rent a tricycle to their farm to cut the tomato. And when they come back, how much the tricycle is taking, the tomato they have carried will not be enough to pay for the tricycle. So the only thing is that they will negotiate the tricycle and say, okay, you take it, sell it, and pay for your cost of transport. And so having such a factory in an area would have been considered as a huge breakthrough for the factory, for the farmers. But guess what? That same factory imports the paste and also soya from China to be able to produce the tomato, the tin tomato or whatever tomato paste that we enjoy. And when we went through and did some research, the simple thing is that, the variety the farmers are producing here are not suitable for the production lines. So, a lot. We can go on and on and talk about the challenges that innovators in this country actually face. Access to technology and data innovation, training, and skilled labor. So these are all challenges. Now, I mentioned that in this country, you would require there are 15 regulating agencies that regulate businesses or MSMs or innovators. Can you imagine? So, an innovator from KNUST who is so passionate about the idea they have generated will have to deal with 15 institutions to be able to be considered legal within our space. And there are 10 permits and licenses that an innovator requires in this country to be considered legal. So can you imagine? I was in my office in Sunyani last 2 years when a young man came to me. I think that guy completed KNUS. They had 3 guys. And then they had produced an organic fertilizer on their own. Beautifully packaged, labeled, FDA certified. And then after 6 months, GRA comes and closes their place there and says, look, you have not paid your tax. You have not registered. You have not done all kinds of things. 6 months after they got their license. So the innovator in this country requires 10 licenses to be able to be considered legal. And this is challenging. For an innovator to even be considered within the space as a micro enterprise, you need to have at least a minimum of 5 employees. So if you are going for any funding mechanism and you define yourself as micro, medium, or whatever, there are requirements that actually define you that will give you that kind of credibility. So these are things that I want all of us to reflect on as innovators as we come to present our ideas. Yes, we have the great ideas, we have the great concepts, but how can we navigate and overcome these kind of challenges to be able to see through? Now, how do we bridge the gap? I think I'm bringing it to an end. By way of bridging the gap between innovation and finance, we have to begin to think impact investment. The traditional way of investing is a thing of the past. So if you are looking for funds, if you are looking for partnerships, if you are looking for support in this era, what you have to think about, aim at generating positive and measurable and environmental impact initiatives. So how will you generate money from your idea and at the same time protect the environment? At the same time, create jobs. At the same time, protect the marginalized. At the same time, create investment for others. So that days of traditional investment where investment is just about profit orientation, it's just about gross margin analysis, viability analysis and all that, is becoming a thing of the past. Can we combine, can there be a level playing ground between profitability and impact? The second point is alignment, and this is very, very important to me. We get a lot of proposals from people, institutions, individuals, associations. They want funding, financial support, and all that. What we all have to understand is that if you don't align your request, your initiatives with an ongoing project or program, it is sometimes difficult to get funding from such projects. And that goes to all of us as individual innovators, groups, associations, and even as an institution, KNUST. I mean, we all look for funding most of the times. So it is important that we align. Let's align. So get information about all the projects and programs in the system, what they are doing, and then see which one has objectives, have indicators that actually also align with your innovative ideas. So alignment is very, very important. And then partnerships. I mentioned a while ago that in this era of dwindling support, let's see how we leverage on the strength of others. Let's see how we identify competitive and comparative advantages of each other. Your friend may have a great idea. You may have some resources. Your friend may have the resources. Somebody may have the idea. You may have the strategy. Can the three people come together? Idea, strategy, resources, and come together and then have your innovation implemented. So partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. And you all know that the SDG goals end very well with partnerships. And that is the order of the day. We have one intervention that we are currently running, which we call EDEP, Enterprise Development and Employment Promotion Network. And what we are trying to do is to bring together all the industry players, support organizations within that space into one network, have a secretariat where people can easily go to and access information. And luckily, the KNUST offered us a place to host the secretariat of this network at the School of Business. And we are still in discussions to set up that secretariat here on your campus so that young people can just go there. It's like a one-stop shop for innovators. You go there, you want information on funding, you want innovation on licensing, you want information on this, and then you can easily get it. So that you don't have to go to 10, 15 institutional offices to be able to acquire information about what you need. So partnerships, very key. And then also community-based funding models. We have to begin to look at how can we ourselves initiate models amongst ourselves, community-based. I mean, some of you are used to the village savings concept. Some of you are used to cooperative credit unions and what have you. This is a time that we need to begin to strengthen those things. I implemented a project in Takwa in the Western region for farmers. And the first phase of the project, we gave them inputs and everything they needed to produce organic vegetables. And towards the end of the project, I realized that these farmers were always asking for more. Every season, they will ask for inputs. And I was wondering, what did you do with the profit from the first, second cycle production? Oh, when are the seeds coming? When are the fertilizers coming? So my team and I thought, okay, before we exit, let's do something sustainable for these people. We introduced a cooperative credit system, which we call an innovative self-financing model for them. Just save your profit in your own cooperative credit union. It will interest you to know that 6 months, through the establishment of that cooperative credit union, the farmers, their savings, the credit union had mobilized more than 700,000 Ghana cedis in 6 months. And these are farmers who always say, we don't have money. And here, we don't have money. Please, when is the NGO bringing the next money? And all that. Within 6 months, they had saved their own money, 700,000. So by the time we're pulling out, we had coached the credit union to now go into input sourcing and giving inputs to the farmers on credit. We had coached the credit union to go into off-taking some of the produce of the farmers and then getting access to market so that they could take the loans from source, from the farmers' income before they pay the balance into their accounts. And that credit union has become very, very big now in Takwa. We have established a number of them at Manso and a number of examples that I can give. These are workable models that we have to begin to look at. There are some of you, after working out of this campus, in your village, in your community, you can bring people together. Look, let's start this cooperative credit union. Let's start this village savings. Mobilize the monies. You have the knowledge. You have a lot of capacity. You have acquired a lot of skills in school. And the people out there have the money, but they don't have the capacity. How can we bridge the two? We need to begin to look at these models. I'm sure some of you have heard about crowdfunding. We need to look at that. And then one last point I want to mention is diaspora engagement. We have not come to realize that there's a lot of money in remittance. In fact, in the sub-Saharan Africa region, Ghana is the second largest after Nigeria in terms of the volumes of remittances that we receive. In 2022 and 2023, Ghana received 4.6 billion US dollar remittances. So your uncles, your brothers who have been sending you Western Union and all those kind of things. Can we get to a point where we can understand that the Western Union is not only for pizza? I remember when we were here at KNUST, one of our lecturers of blessed memory used to tell us, a lot of the students used to troop to the animal science department to buy sausage for their girlfriends. And anytime he came to class, he would tell us, young men, I want to tell you, sausages are not iron rods. So he was actually advising us to invest some of the money in buying real iron rods because the sausages will not build our houses one day. So can we begin to look at into what use do we put these remittances? Can we attract our friends, our family members out there who have acquired some money to come and invest in some of these initiatives that we have? And GIZ has gone a long way to introduce a project purposely to stimulate, diaspora investment. And we currently have a project that is ongoing that allows you and your family member in some selected countries to put some money together, and the money you put together, the German government will also contribute 50%. So if you and your brother, for example, are contributing 5,000 euros, maybe 2,500 from you, 2,500 from the person abroad, the German government adds 5,000 to it for you to establish your business. And that project is currently ongoing. So we need to begin to look at how can we constructively make use of diaspora resources to finance sustainable development. So finally, call to action. So for entrepreneurs, I want to say that we need to begin to think about sustainable and impact investing. Once you start with your idea, please make sure that you are thinking sustainability. Make sure you are thinking impact investing. That's where it starts. If you'll be able to attract any kind of support at all, if it is, let your idea, let your thinking be sustainability, impact investing. And then secondly, develop financially viable models for your initiatives. viability analysis of all the great ideas you are going to present, very, very necessary and very key. And then explore partnerships. I'm very passionate about that. Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. For our institutions, alignment of innovation with ongoing donor projects and initiatives is very, very important. So if KNUST wants to embark on a project and requires support from the SMV, from GIZ or whatever, it is important that we align with ongoing. This is very, very important. It's a very important message because a lot of people have written thousands of proposals and they are not getting even response. If my project is looking at improving employment situation within the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and you bring me a project that is highly infrastructure, it will not work. It will not fly. There's no way I can allocate budget for that kind of request. It needs to align with an ongoing intervention. Also for the institutions, networking is very, very key. Partnerships is very, very key. I am happy that KNUST is beginning to explore ways of bridging the gap between academia and industry. And I am told that that's one of the driving force or one of the focus of the institution now. And I think it's very, very important because we need to explore within the space who can support what, who can provide what. As a matter of fact, there are also some financiers that have funds available and people are not accessing it. Can we look within the networks, bridge networks, foster collaboration and partnerships, and then leverage on the support of these institutions to support what we do? Finally, advocacy for policy review. I think the academia has a strong capacity to influence policy in this country. Right, so I think I would like to end here. Thank you very much. And then I am open for questions, comments. Yes, thank you very much.
We are going to give 3 people the chance to ask their questions. But before that, Doc, I want to plead on behalf of our department that as you guys are coming for the appraisal missions, I suggest that you come see the SEEP coordinator so that she can give you ideas, because our projects need funding. So if you can just come directly to us, we would really thank you very much. Please, if you have any other questions, you could just lift your hand, then we'll give you the chance to speak. Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question has to do with the suspension of the funds from USAID. Now, most of the reasons that have been cited has to do with matters of national interest. Also, the Department of Government Efficiency in US has, some stakeholders have gone ahead to describe that institution as a criminal agency. Now, for any project or a course that is considered impactful, it is not an easy decision for somebody to just suspend funds or not support it. In that wise, would you say that beneficiaries of these funds and also stewards of these funds have failed to convince this donor organization or the government about the impact and also the efficiency in managing these funds?
Okay. Thank you very much. So I think largely, in my opinion, some of these things we are talking about here largely depends on personalities. Okay, so, I mean, there have been previous governments in the United States of America who have all contributed to these kind of things. And people wear different lenses. So this is actually the perception or the view of the current leadership. So whether they call it criminal or what, I believe that there are certain underlying factors which we are also not told, okay? And, I mean, I'm also very careful to also say certain things. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. So, but as far as impact is concerned, you and I will bear witness that some of these projects have really made remarkable impact on our land here. Talk about, for USAID, talk about health, talk about agric. We are currently struggling with even common medicines for HIV and all these kind of things. And these are very evident impacts that we have had from some of these organizations. But again, perceptions, opinions, views of people differ, right? So, yeah, and I must say that there are also a lot of pressure groups within the countries that are supporting us. It's not only in the United States. There are a lot of pressure groups in every country. Some people, as a matter of fact, don't like the fact that, why are you giving our money to Africa? Why are you giving our money to, I remember I traveled recently to a country, and at the airport, there was somebody by me, and we're having this discussion. This is a foreigner, and he said, when he came to Ghana for 2 weeks, the kind of things he saw, he doesn't understand why his country should spend their hard-earned taxpayers' money on us. Guess what he saw? Can you guess? All the big cars that our leaders are driving in, which are not common in their countries. People are living very basic life and all those kind of things. So, well, there are a lot of factors that are actually driving this. But let's say, for the purposes of this platform, that these things are also driven by the global economic downturn. I hope you understand. So it is not strange. All these countries are also hard hit by all the factors that we are talking about, COVID-19, the climate change, and all that. So these are the underlying factors. But impact, I would say, well, that's somebody's opinion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I have two questions for you. Having worked in the development space and with GIZ for over 20 years, and we all know that aid will cut. It has started. US is cutting, the Swiss aid is cutting, Belgian aid is cutting, the Dutch aid, they are all cutting, and eventually they will stop. So as an organization, what are the sustainability measures you are putting in place that beyond the support from the German government, how can you continue your activities?
Okay.
And I also want to find out, and in view of what is happening, it means that every country is becoming inward-looking. What is your view on local philanthropy as a country? Does it have a future in Ghana? Do you think in Ghana we can actually harness our own resources for our own development?
Okay. Thank you very much. So beginning with the first one, I think what international organizations have to begin to look at is how to mainstream all the great initiatives into our development plan. Unfortunately, we've had lots of projects in this country, donor-funded, NGO-funded, and all that, that did not even include relevant institutions in this country in the design phase, in the implementation phase, and even at the consolidation phase. So, by way of ensuring continuity of the things we are doing, I think that the best approach is to mainstream all these great ideas into existing institutions. What do I mean by mainstream into existing institutions? So, for example, if the USAID is implementing a project in, let's say, resilient agriculture or climate-smart agriculture, I think it is prudent for the project to be situated within the agriculture sector very well, such that the public agency, which is the Ministry of Food and Agric, is well involved, they understand it, they see the need, and they actually adopt this as part of their routine work. That way we can ensure continuity even when the projects are out. And I think for us as GIZ, that's one of our hallmarks, because most of our projects are actually implemented within existing institutions. So after we have left, the interventions to continue within the institutions. The only challenge with the continuity is that, yes, sometimes it's aligned, it's mainstreamed, but eventually government will say, yeah, we don't have the needed resources to continue and all that. That's actually the challenge. But practically, I think the best way to ensure continuity is not to implement projects in isolation from relevant public institutions. In fact, when we began the regional networks for enterprise development, bringing all stakeholders in the regions together to network, we realized that in some regions, very wonderful projects and initiatives are going on, and the regional coordinating council is not even aware. The district assemblies are not aware. They are not involved in any way. There is an NGO which has come from Accra all the way to Yeji, and they are somewhere in the corner doing wonderful things. The assembly is not aware. If we bring the relevant institutions on board, carry them along, involve them, adopt very high participatory approaches in design, in implementation, in consolidation, I believe that some level of continuity would be achieved. And government must also assign some resources to things that we deem fit or impactful. Local philanthropy, I think, is very, very possible. This is a very good area of potential that we have not really explored yet. There are lots of businesses, individuals, institutions. And as a Christian, I always say that, look, institutions like our churches have a lot of money. A lot of money. But we prefer to tell the members to build up their treasure in heaven, and the church will have 30 million Ghana cedi in our reserve, and young people within the church with great ideas who need 5,000 Ghana cedi to start a business will still be clapping and praying in church. That's just a simple example. So I think it's about awareness creation. It's about sensitization. I remember I did some work for the Ghana Muslims missions some years ago in Accra. And I was very happy when the leadership, after one of the trainees, said, wow, we need to bring some key people together, some allergies, some whatever together, and then sell an idea to them. And I was very happy to see that they had been able to mobilize some people to contribute resources to support selected young people within their mission to start businesses. To be honest, it may interest you to know that there are young people who have great ideas who don't need much. They don't need much, to implement some of these ideas. There's a young guy in Goso who wanted to establish a fashion school, but in a very sustainable manner, looking at a fashion school that is looking at recycling waste from the fashion and all those kind of things. He just needed one industrial sewing machine. When we gave him one industrial sewing machine, within 1.5 years now, he has a school, and the last time I visited him last month, he had 152 students. So some of the young people need basic things. So I think we can explore philanthropy within our local communities, within our country. But I think we have not actually explored it enough. There are a lot of institutions. Talk of the traditional council. Traditional council has resources. Religious organizations has resources. Individual business people have resources. It's a matter of creating awareness, building their capacity to understand that they can make this impact. And I think we would have some results there. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I guess the last one, yes.
Thank you. Standing on our existing protocol. Please, you talk about between 2022, 2023, we had about over 4 billion coming in. And you also talk about
remittances.
Yes. You talk about the 50 contribution from the German government. So I want to know, is there any strict requirement when it talks about, is it have to be maybe your family member contributing, or it can be a friend or between friends, and also the value of the money. Do you have the CD equivalent, or it should be in a particular currency in terms of the contribution?
Okay. So for that project, there are 8 selected European countries that qualify. So I think later on in our engagements, I can give you more details about those. But off my head, I know there are 8 European countries, Germany, Netherlands, Amsterdam, some other countries that are involved. Once you have a relative, a friend, based in one of those 8 countries, the person must be legally resident. So if the person is not a legal resident, I mean, that's a non-starter. So the person must be legally resident in one of those 8 countries. And then both of you must have an agreement to start a business. And then the contribution actually starts from 250 euros to 5,000 euros. And you can assess that 3 consecutive times. So, for example, you want to establish a business that requires 1,000 euros. That's a CD equivalent, but I mean, in our project terms, so 1,000 euros. It means that both of you are contributing 500 euros, and then the German government is giving, through the project, is giving you 500 euros, making it 1,000. But this is the process. The 2 of you must first invest your 500. I hope you understand. So, for example, maybe you have planned the project in such a way that you need to procure some things, you need to install some machines, you need to do A, B, C. You have to let us know what your contribution is going to do. Start with that one. There's a portal where you have to upload receipts and vouchers of all your investments. And then you get the other investments from the German government. And the good thing is that that same business can apply 3 consecutive times. So it could be that the first application you did, let's say 3,000, because both of, maybe you did 1,005, German government give you 1,005. The second one you can go, so that you can go up to 5,000 euros 3 times. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm still around, and sorry I did not put my contact on one of the slides, but I'm sure Gideon has access to your platform, so you can always put my contact there. And in Kumasi, we have an office here. Gideon is actually our landlord, so he so he has given us an office within the Harper space. So if you come there, you find GIZ there. And yeah, for the network secretariat, which the business school has offered us, we are still in discussions. A few things came up for us to consider. Actually, not from the school, from the local government ministry and others. So once it is finalized and we put up that secretariat there, you can also go there and get a lot of information about the things we do. We're also trying to come up with an online platform where you can have information to all the ongoing projects, programs that innovators can take advantage of. Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to the director and the organizers for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Please, let's give him a clap. We should do better than we are doing. This is clearly more than 20 years experience in the development space. And it's very clear, partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. Focusing on impact. Doc, thank you once again. At this moment, I would let our colleagues know that we will be having our presentation in a moment, so let's kindly prepare the Kaswa group, Tema group, Tamale group, and then Pokwase group in in that order. Before that, we will acknowledge the presence of some organizations. Icons School. Please, if you are here, give us a wave. Icons, let's see you. Indeed, you are shining and brightening like the new icons. So we have students from the business school of, the business students from the Amstead, right? Yeah, please give us a wave, Amstead. All right, you are welcome. You are welcome. Next, we have the Girl Power Foundation. Please give us a wave. We move on to recognize some media houses. They've been here with us since the program started. So we recognize Joy News, GH1, TV3, and Onua TV. Thank you. Next, we'll be having some presentation, and I would call on Geoffrey Della to lead that for us. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear myself. On behalf of the IDEA, I would like to make some presentations of citations to the following individuals. First, I would like to present to Professor Andrew, Director of the Institute of Distant Learning. I would, yes, Professor Anthony Andrews. I would invite Dr. Jones. Okay, I'll invite Dr. Vic to do the presentation. Prof, I would like you to stay and accept on behalf of the deputy. The IDEA would like to present another citation to Professor Christopher Entry, who is the Deputy Director of the IDL. He's not here at the moment, so Professor Andrews will take on his behalf. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And lastly, I would like to present a citation to Mr. Joshua Ahiaba, who was our guest speaker. And Dr. Sherry will present on behalf of the IDL. Thank you. Do it better. Clap your hands. Yeah. The IDEA greatly appreciates your presence. Thank you. I'll hand over to our capable MCs. Jonah.
Thank you, Della. So the next on the bill, we have Kaswa Group. Kindly prepare. But before that, we have a musical interlude from our guitarist here. Thank you.
You too. The guitarist is called Eric Music. Well, yeah, my introduction. The name is Derek Music. So, yeah. Ampara eko tibrafu, ananano menefu, ofrititi eko tibrafa, ananano wafre.
What you must to so no, not for nothing was so sad. I'm a family better. Oh, the tree of a bone, tea, I'm a force, and Miss Omochia. I am on Jamia. Mitchell Batana Sawade, I got to myself with Mechi. Bisako Turiania, Mechiano Record. It's easy. A Chawano saying that. Ye Peter wa para na waswaba ye kotera ho anana no nevo wo fititi ye kotera ba anana no free oh sa oh my no miro anaka o yesiro na jadi sa oh my no miro and I can't wish you. Anywhere to ride, a breakfast I won't go beyond to see you go. Now, some in Baba, to see you ever finish a brevity and see your compliment. Yeah. I don't think it's a bio. Yamin Kunadia Yamia, Uncle Wanova, and Puprasia Bacoco, Akiabaya and Sado. I am a brave Ubio, a brown Quatia. There's a sick Abia, brown Quatia. I am a brave Ubio, a brown Quatia. I am a brand new Ubio, a brown Quatia. I am a brand new Ubio, a brown Quatia. There's a sick Abia, a brown Quatia. I am a brand new Ubio, a brown Quatia. I am a brand new Ubio, a brown Quatia. Protocol true. Getting a chino. see the job away. I didn't drink, near so far to come me on. And I feel alright. What all the bad what the woman about the Dania? Listen to more. Many sway with me. Listen to more. Oh, viva, manivio. Oh, viva, manivio. Oh, viva, manivio. And yana, oh, viva, manivio. I saw him, manivia. Manivia, catch it for. And on a bit. Baby, baby, it's you. Baby, baby, it's you. What other trouble am I referring you? It's you and your inside. I show it to you. I'm a woman to feel. I'm a feel. Oh, don't ever the oh, no, Papa, the there's no more. Then it's you and me. There's no more. Oh, viva, manivio. Oh, viva, manivio. Oh, viva, manivio. And yana, oh, viva, manivio. I saw her, manivio. Money me a catching for then you know me there. Baby, baby, it's you. Baby, baby, it's you. We didn't know the yassido. Back to the car. You're coming, you're bumming. Fresh water, we didn't know the yassido. The speed of my vision, and long our vision. No. Yummy, this year, that's you. This is a dream of me, this is a dream of me. Hey, yummy, this year, that's you. This is a dream of me, this is a dream of me. We need a way of Sido, Sido. Miami body on a function. Yo, yeah, money on the one percent of it. You're coming a function. Would be my book to rub and function. And I'm for a mentor. I'm on your man with a baby. I'm a pretty. I see open the net. Now, me, that she riot. Now, she won't. Miss him a dream of me. Miss him a dream of me. And I mean, that she riot. Now, she won't. Say what dream of me, miss me dream of me, I see ouch.
Thank you very much for such amazing tunes. I really enjoyed myself. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. This is exactly why we are here. We are going to listen to each group talk about the very remarkable projects that they've done and the transformative ideas that they've brought into the community. So we'll first welcome the Kaswa group. Mind you, Tema, you'd follow suit right after. Tema group, Kaswa group, we're waiting for you.
Please, you have 10 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions.
Yes, there. It's not yet projected. Good luck.
Good morning. Yes, so good morning, distinguished guests. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neil Lankwe, representing the Kaswa Group, and I'm here with my colleagues. We have Rahina Agambire. We have Eunice Majwa Mingel. We also have Zipporah Dixon and Andra Yankee. Yes, give us a round of applause. Yeah, okay, so we have the privilege of being the first group to make our presentation. So the title of our project was Inclusive Health Insurance Package, and we were looking at expanding access to National Health Insurance Scheme for underserved populations. And we focused on J. Kodwa community. It's a farming community in the South Municipal Assembly of the Greater Accra region. So moving on, we just dive right into the presentation. So the first point we want to look at is project identification and brief description. So before we decided to embark on this project, we had to do some project identification and then understand what we wanted to do. So we understand that the National Health Insurance Scheme is a government initiative that is providing free access to basic health care for all Ghanaians. That's what the policy is supposed to provide. But we realize that in some communities, people are not registered on the scheme and people don't have access. So we had to also understand how this project is related to the SDGs. As development management professionals, we had to understand whichever project we are doing, it has to be related to the SDGs. So this project is related to SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. So this is a project that, after the project, is going to give people access to free health care. When they are ill, their children are ill, they'll be able to have access to health care, and it will not be a burden on their finances. So before embarking on the project, of course, we had to do a stakeholder engagement. So we engage with stakeholders such as the South Municipal Assembly, which I've already mentioned. And then we also engaged with the National Health Insurance Office in the South Municipal Assembly. So these were the stakeholders. We engaged them. We tried to understand. First, we engaged the South Municipal Assembly, tried to understand what some of the problems in the community are. And then after identifying this problem that we wanted to embark on, we engaged the National Health Insurance Scheme to help us to undertake the project. So we also had to engage the community elders of J. Kodwa. We had to engage community elders, the community members, assembly member, very key in helping us to reach the community and mobilizing the people in the community for us. And so you see some of the pictures from our community engagements. You see us in engaging unit community members and also the community members themselves. So after doing this, we now needed to fund the project. But we tried to raise some funds to fund the project, but due to limited time and also lack of support from organizations that we reached out to, we had to eventually fund the project ourselves. And also, there are some pictures from our engagement in the community. You see the assemblyman and community members all over there. So now what is the expected impact? The expected impact is that after we have gone to embark on this project, what is going to be the outcome? What is going to be the impact? How is it going to benefit the community, J. Kodwa? So they are going to have increased access to health care, and their out-of-pocket expenses for health challenges is also going to reduce. They are also going to have enhanced financial protection. The mortality rates, especially among children and pregnant women, nursing mothers, is also going to reduce as they have this national health and they'll be able to access free basic health care. So let's look at some of the project activities that we undertook. So we did data collection. So we first went to the community to engage the community members and then collect data on community members that are not registered on the scheme. So we did that data collection first, and then we hand it over to the Municipal Assembly and the National Health Insurance Scheme to help us do the registration. So you see, again, some of the pictures of us being in the community, engaging community members, doing the data collection. And then, so after the data collection, what did we do next? We now went back into the community to do the actual card registration and issuance. So we went back with the National Health Insurance Scheme officers to do the actual registration. We registered the members who had, the community members who had indicated that they were not on the scheme. We went back to register them, their children, and all of that. So you see some of the pictures of us after the issuance, giving them their cards. So what were some of the challenges we faced in embarking on this project? So I think I mentioned this challenge initially. The first one was a lack of funding support. So due to the limited time, we had to self-fund this project. There was also some difficulty assessing the community. The community was in an area where transportation is not easy to get to the community. So I think I have some videos here. I don't know if I'll be able to play them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is a video just showing the community during the registration. Let me play this one. This one is one of the challenges we faced, unfavorable weather conditions. So on both days when we went for our data collection and then went to do the card issuance, we had unfavorable weather conditions. There was heavy rainstorm, but we had to still endure and get this done. So this is just a video showing the condition. Yes. So some other challenges were bureaucracy at the Social Welfare Department, the South Municipal Social Welfare Department, and NHIs. Engaging with these stakeholders to be able to get these projects done, there was some bureaucracy involved and some delays in getting our letters signed off and all of that. And then we also started this project last year, but getting to the tail end of the year due to the general election that was going to happen, it caused some form of delay.
The light where you did, I know the light. You don't want to be here. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, so yeah, I have some more videos showing how we were able to get into the community. Yes, so we had to use motorbikes to get into the community. Yes. Yeah, so it was raining and we had to use, it was raining and we had to use motorbikes to get into the community. I see one of our team members getting on the motorbike to get to the community. All right. Yes. Due to time, I'll not be able to play most of the videos. So what is the sustainability plan? So this project hopefully will be handed over to the students from the next cohort of the development management course who also like to take it upon themselves to continue, because due to the limited time, we were not able to register all the community members who don't have access to the national health. So we hope that we may be able to go back ourselves, or the next cohort of students could take it up.
2 minutes more.
So that it could be a continuous project. And also, since we have established that relationship with the stakeholders involved, next time we are hoping it to be a seamless process, because we now have that relationship with the National Health Insurance Office, the assemblyman of the community, and those others. So, yeah, so these are the names of the Kaswa group members. 2 of them are not here with us due to other reasons. And then I just show some more pictures from our project. So again, you see pictures of us in the community with the National Health Insurance Officers doing the registration, and you see team members assisting in the process. And then you see, this is a nice banner we did too, as part of the community entry and then also during the project to bring awareness to the project. So this was our project. Thank you very much.
Question time. So if you want to ask one, we would take just 3 of them, so please. And 1 per person, please. Very brief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I had 2 questions, but I'll ask one. Yes. So, as part of your project design, you said you wanted to reach, hard to reach, or your target was hard to reach communities. And as part of your challenges, you said there was difficulty in accessing the communities. I want you to said there was difficulty in reaching them as a challenge. So how part of your project design, you said you wanted to reach hard to reach communities. And as part of your challenges, you said there was difficulty in reaching the communities, going to the communities. And for me, I think that was the project. You wanted to reach hard to reach communities. So how then is it a challenge when you set out to address that?
Thank you for your question.
A follow-up.
Sorry. I noticed that you gave us some expected outcomes. And by definition, it means that something that is supposed to happen or will be happening. Could you also share, maybe were there some immediate results, maybe increase in number of people who have been enrolled? Maybe are there some significant changes that has happened already that you could share?
So please, we'll be taking 1 question from students, and then our panel will be giving us the 2 questions. So I think you combine both and try and answer them, and then we come to our panel to give us the 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Please, can you see me? We said we wanted to reach underserved populations, not hard to reach. If it's the same thing, then that's fine. Underserved, they are there. But when we entered the community, we realized that some of them did not even know what national health insurance was. Some thought we were there based on political ambitions or something, especially during the season that we went in for the registration. And the expected income, right there, we had pregnant women who, it wasn't their first time having children. They had had children before, but did not have national health. So when we registered them, expected outcome, thank you. So when we reached, when they came in to register, they were asked to bring in their scans. And right there, it was, when they were registered, usually it would take a month before you can assess the health insurance, but theirs were done on the spot, so they could go to the hospital with a card, and that was something we had immediate, and it was really nice. Thank you.
So please, yeah.
So congratulations, huh? So mine is not a question, but it's an add-on. For you us to think beyond the box of self-financing ourselves, because time and again, that is not so sustainable, okay? I know Krodria, yes, the road is terrible. It's a developing community, a bit closer to Kaswa, yes. And you've done very well, because it still has indigents that need access to healthcare. But going further, and this also goes to all the entire groups, can we think of something beyond we paying ourselves from our pocket? Because mind you, we are students, we have fees to pay. Some of you have extension fees to pay. Okay? So can we... No, okay. Are you cool? Some of you have families, okay? So let's think beyond paying ourselves to finding innovative ways of getting funds or resources to finance our projects. At least today I've learned something new from the presentation given by a guest speaker, that partnerships can also help us get resources to finance our projects. But beyond this, you did perfectly well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm also concerned about your sustainability measure. You mentioned that you pass on the project to your next class or group. So it's just like what my good friend asked me. I was wondering what discussions you had and what agreements you reached with the National Health Insurance Scheme, because it's their role to be inclusive and reach out to everybody. So one of the best sustainability measure is to get the institution mandated by law, some way, somehow, to continue what you have started. So how, in your discussions, did they come up, are they ready to take it up, to mainstream it, or they just feel, okay, this was your one-time event and yeah?
Okay, so we discussed with them. They actually even mentioned they had not been to that part of South, so they were willing to go back to register them. We also spoke with assembly member, and one thing we also realized was the National Health people, they made us realize we could do the registrations without paying for it ourselves. So you gather the data, you write to the South Municipal Assembly, Social Welfare will put on a letter, and then you take it to National Health Insurance Scheme. So they cater for that bill. You don't have to pay it yourself, so that could be replicated. And the assembly member, as we were there, we were in talks with him, and he was willing to even get them back to register the remaining that we couldn't do, because they already had that data. So apart from we handing it over to the next cohorts of DM students, we still have that sustainability plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So an add-on from my side will be to engage some relevant local institutions. So for example, in the community, there could be some recognized churches or mosques or things like that. And these are, I mean, they all have corporate social responsibilities, just that they may not be aware. So maybe we could engage them so that they continue from where you have left. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, the Kaswa group. I think they did great. Let's give it to them. So, in order to save time, we think that there should be just one question from our panel. If you have any pressing question, we can discuss it later after the show, just in order to save time. So please bear with us. The Tema group, please, you're up next. Please, let's welcome them.
What is the presentation?
Good afternoon to you all. It's good to see you all once again. To our distinguished guests, invited guests, colleague students, and members of the public, I introduce to you the Tema group. With me here, I have Philip Duche, Della, Geoffrey, Nyamwame, and then Liliana Bugri, and then myself, Prince Ifa. Our project is dubbed race. That is rebuilding Ada's youth for sustainability. It's all about reintegrating some trafficked kids into society. So without wasting much time, I'll hand over to Della to take us through the slides.
Thank you. So the RAISE project is focused at integrating 7 trafficked children in the Adan West district by ensuring their education, vocational training, family support, and healthcare needs are addressed, and community awareness of child trafficking. So one of the things that you should remember about our project is that we didn't go out to rescue people. We went to help reintegrate them into society. We worked with organizations that were involved in rescuing the children, and our job was to reintegrate them. We started off by collaborating with IJM. They found 7 children. We attended court cases with them, and those children were liberated from their captures. And we attended court quite a lot, and then we collaborated with Adan West District to help find suitable guardians for those children and making sure that they are found in good schools. So they were enrolled in the schools and they didn't have their uniforms, and one of the things we did was that we were going to provide them with uniforms. We got a list from the headmaster on the items that they needed, and so this is a picture of the children before, and then these are the pictures of the children with their uniforms. On the day we went to present them, they were in school enrolled, they were in their house attire, I should say, and then this is us with them happily. And one of the things that we did was we identified one lady. The IMO and IJM did a research and found that 93% of people who were trafficked were boys. However, the number of girls that have been trafficked recently to the Volta region have started increasing. So we had one lady who was trafficked. Her name is Jennifer, and you can see her in her school uniform. We also presented her aside with the books, a year's supply of sanitary products to help her attend school, because we learned from the teachers that usually when she was in her menstrual cycle, she didn't show up in class. So we provided her a year's supply of menstrual materials. Meet Jerry. Jerry is one of the children who was in the class. Jerry was not trafficked, but the thing about Jerry was that when they brought the children to class, he sat next to one of the children, whose name is Samuel. And Jerry also didn't have school uniform, but he was a regular attender of class, and he made friends with the trafficked kid, and he made him settle in class. And when we spoke to the lecturers, the teachers in class, they told us about Jerry, and we decided to add him to our project. So Jerry was not trafficked, but here he is wearing his new school uniform. Another thing that we did was some of the children were old and didn't want to go back to school, so we enrolled them in apprenticeships. We enrolled one of them into welding and one of them into a mechanic shop. And these are a picture of us with the parents and then the master, Master Billy, who was very, very kind to take the children after a brief probationary period. We involved the family in the process quite a lot. So we located members of their family who were artisans. This is the auntie of Jennifer. She sold the school uniform. And this is the uncle of the boys. He sold all the school uniforms. And this was not free. We made sure that we're investing in their business. So we paid them to actually do the sewing of the school uniforms. And for some of the parents, they were charcoal sellers. We raised funds for them, and then we were able to buy some charcoal because we understood that when we leave the scene, we want them to be able to finance the children's school fees. And so we invested into their charcoal business, 4 sacks of charcoal each, and they'll be selling that and hopefully be able to pay for the items the students need. We also got the children national ID cards. So this leg is the leg of Jennifer. At the time we went there, she had been bitten by a snake, and she didn't go to the hospital. They took her to somebody, and you can see the marks on her leg. They are blade marks. That was how it was treated. And even though it was healing, we didn't think it was hygienic, and so we added to our plans health insurance to get everybody enrolled in the health insurance. So these are the pictures of the children smiling with their new health insurance card. And you can see Jerry in the middle there. He's super excited, even though he was not part of the original plan. You can see him with his smile. He was quite a cheery kid. Another thing we did was we did a lot of community awareness. We worked with Okoli FM. We had an interview with them. We shared statistics and stories to highlight the issue of child trafficking. We provided information on where to get help. We included information to the district assembly and social welfare in the Adan West. We discussed how to identify and report suspected cases of child trafficking, discussed the need for the community to be concerned, and we discussed the 8 conference and then discussed our program that we were reading in the university. This is the full list of stakeholders that we engage with. IJM, they funded us with the court cases, so we didn't pay for the court cases, and they funded our transportation to the Jessica court to attend the court hearings. The Andar West Social Welfare and Community Development Department, they helped us identify competent guardians for the children. The district NHIA, they organized a day for us to bring the children there to register them for their health insurance. We liaised with assembly members from Goy, Ukumagbe, and Sege electoral areas who were also very kind. We dealt with their caretakers and legal guardians. In certain cases, the parents were not considered as legal guardians because of how the trafficking happened. We worked with the headmasters and teachers of Ukumagbe DA Basic School. Okoli FM provided us with free airtime. We worked with International Needs Ghana. They brought Jennifer to us, and then we worked with SOS Children Village. Challenges. So, funding difficulties, as you can imagine. The limited time meant a lot of things we had to pay out of pocket. Luckily, our partners were able to sponsor some of the things like attending the court hearing, the transportation to the court. We had limited access to accurate current statistics on child trafficking from official Ghanaian institutions. We had to rely on NGOs like IGM and International Needs. We also had issues with conflicting parents' expectations. Some parents wanted different paths for their children. So, for example, when we're trying to register some of the children for apprenticeship in the mechanic, one of the fathers wanted him to do something else, work on chamfans for Galamsey. And at the time, between the time of the discussion, we couldn't get a resolution, so we had to leave that case behind. Also, identifying safe and competent caregivers was also a bit difficult. The district assembly did a good job helping us to attend the hearings and identify safe and competent caregivers. Unexpected needs affecting budgets. So, for example, the snake bite that affected Jennifer initially was not part of the plan, but once we noticed that, we decided that we should add health insurance to the program we're running. One of the lessons we learned was that flexibility is key in community projects. A lot of the times we would agree on a time to go and meet, and things would have to change. The plans of who we want to meet would have to change a lot of times. And stakeholder buy-in improves success. Once the district assembly bought into our project, it became very easy for us to navigate a lot of things because they have a lot of connections in the community, and they made it easy for us to identify key stakeholders. Impact, short-term impact is integrating the children into society. Long-term impact is giving the caregivers enough self-sufficiency to be able to take care of the children. What's next? The Advanced Social Welfare Department is going to be monitoring the children's journey through school. And we had an agreement with the SOS Children Village and IGM to follow up on the survivors and provide a bit of stipend for Timothy and Samuel's mother, who was pregnant at the time that we got there. Funding, we've discussed funding. We got funding from IJM. Okoli FM provided us free time. District Assembly helped us trace families. And this is a budget of us. This is us integrating in the society and spending our money in the society. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or comments, please let us know.
All right, so Tema, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And I want to, it's not a question, but want to appreciate the fact that you did something beyond the box. That is going the legal aspects. For some years, we've been seeing students doing donation and those kind of things, but yours is the legal part to reintegrate these kids back into the normal school curricula is very, very good. You've done very, very well. And I hope it doesn't end here, because a lot of kids need you. On the streets, I see them. They need you. So I'll be happy if you'll be able to sustain this group, pass it on to the next group, or even form an NGO out of it to be able to help the marginalized in society. Seeking more partnerships. I see a future for this group, so keep it up.
Thank you.
I'm just interested in how much all these things cost you.
Thank you so much. It costs us a little bit over 9,000 cedis. Yeah. So we have IGM giving us 1,008. That's going to T for the court hearing and all that. So individually, we contributed roughly 7,300. So adding the two, it's sum up to 9,000 plus.
I think we didn't quantify the efforts and the free airtime from the radio station and car rides from our partners and yeah.
Thank you, Tema. Please, they said you are free to use their pictures to make noise about our projects. Thank you very much, Tema Group. Up next, we have Tamale Group.
What's the name of your group? Tamale. If you want to move forward and backwards, you use this. If you need to point something particular, press this, and then it will show on it. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Romana Tijibrila, and I'm here today with So the title of our project was Hygiene for All, Improving Wash Facility in the Jusunaili Islamic School. So our project, to begin with our project, we started by carrying out a community scorecard process where we identified the various needs of the community. Then we subjected it to a number of factors such as need, relevance. We also considered the feasibility of implementing it within the time frame and available budget. And based on that, we settled on carrying out a wash project in an Islamic school. We also researched relevant data to see that this is actually a problem within our setting or within our context. Our project, in terms of how our project connects to the Sustainable Development Goal, we identified Goal 4 and Goal 5. This is because WASH is an essential part of accessing quality education for students. This is a school that they had no wash facility, no urinary facility for the students, and students have to walk to nearby houses and communities to use washrooms. Similarly with the teachers as well. This impacts on their, the contact hours between the students and then the teachers. Additionally, because of poor hygiene facility in the school, it usually brings about diseases and then infection for the students. And when the students become still ill, it impacts on the number of days that they can attend school. So we felt that this initiative really connects to Sustainable Goal 4. And as I mentioned earlier, it also connected very well with Sustainable Goal 5, which seeks to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And then this was also because when you look at the wash facility that was currently absent in the school, most often the young girls within the school have to go to far places to use wash facility. And this exposes them to sometimes even harassment from neighboring men within the community. their dignity is exposed sometimes when they are not able to get the washroom. They urinate outside and then they expose themselves to a lot of abuse and harassment. This was the stakeholders we engaged to execute our project. First of all, we spoke with the Ghana Education Service. We also spoke with the teachers within the school, particularly with the Ghana Education Service, particularly the SHEP coordinator. Then we also engaged with the students for them to appreciate the relevance of the service that we were going to provide to them. Then the general community was also engaged, and also the municipal assembly. Resource mobilization. Whilst we sent out letters to philanthropists within our localities, unfortunately, we were not able to get timely response from them. And this project is very short time bound. So the team had to resort to personal contributions and savings to implement this project. And it cost us a total of 5,000, a little above 5,000 to do that. These were the activities that we carried out. We first had some team reflection meetings to brainstorm on the ideas and then to continuously track our progress. We held inception meeting with the school authorities, also GES and other stakeholders. We organized school sensitization on hygiene and wash facility management. We held gender sensitization discussion with boys and girls. We realized that the current wash facility that they had a problem with managing it, which made it unusable for them. And this was also largely because they left the cleaning and everything to only the girls in the school. Whilst this is a school that has more male population, so it became very daunting for the girls, and we felt that was why management became an issue for them. So we saw it necessary to inculcate discussions on gender into this our project. Then we renovated the unusable washroom that they had. Then we also developed a cleaning schedule with all the students in the school so that everybody knows who is supposed to clean on what day. Then we handed the project over to the school authorities and then the students. And then we conducted some very short-term monitoring to see how the school was using their facility and if they were keeping it neat. These are some of the strategies we used. As I indicated, we had stakeholder engagement. We also did some co-creation, especially with the development of the cleaning schedule with the students so that they own it and they don't feel that we have imposed it on them. Then we did some infrastructure enhancement. Like I said, we renovated their old urinary facility. In terms of approach, we did some research and then we also did some bits of influencing because the school had a lot of priorities that they were actually pushing us to also focus on. But then we had to influence them to let them appreciate the relevance of us concentrating on the wash instead of the other priorities that they had. Then, which also goes to say that we had to do a lot of dialogue and reflections with them. Then we also built their capacity, particularly their students. So with this, that is what we meant by build and strengthen our constituents, who were the students. These are some of, within the short time frame, these were some of the tangible results that we noticed. One was an improved wash facility for the students and then the teachers. Then we also had, we also observed increased student-teacher contact hours because now they were not going out of the school to use the washroom. The teachers reported that some of them would, when they excuse themselves to use the washroom, they end up taking like 30 minutes, 45 minutes because they are students or they are young people and they end up playing around. But with the washroom now in their school premises, this reduced that. Then there was also reduced incidences of harassment and bullying, particularly for the young girls who now had a very convenient and dignified place to ease themselves. These were some of the challenges we encountered. One had to do with funding. Because it was group members had to contribute, it became very difficult for them. And most of our group members belong to the CSO space, and then with the USAID stop work order and all that. It was really difficult for group members. Then there was issues of bureaucracy and politically inclined school authorities. Initially, the school authorities felt that we wanted to expose them and bring out some of the things that their government was not doing well. But then we had a sit-down discussion with them for them to appreciate that we were just students and we're trying to do, some part of our social responsibility. And again, there was competing school demands, the school and personal interest. The school wanted us to focus on other issues, which was not possible within the available resources that we thought we could mobilize and all, and also the time frame. They wanted even things like library, and it was not possible. Recommendations, we are saying that there should be a dedicated funding based on a competitive process that groups can access to implement their projects. So if IDEO could institute a dedicated funding source that groups can send in their concept, there can be a competitive process, pitching process, so that they see that, okay, this initiative will be good, and there may be some funding to support them. Some of the lessons that we learned in our implementation is that gender is interwoven in all aspects of life, and integrating discussions on gender into sensitization, sanitation sensitization, it enabled co-creation and ownership of the cleaning schedule. Like we said, we realized that all the cleaning was left onto the girls, even the classroom cleaning, and then the washroom as well. So the girls too, they have the least, in that school, the girls had the least population, which made it very daunting for them. It became a Herculean task. So we decided to look at some of these social norms that leads to that. And that's where the conversation on the gender came, so that the boys realized that they could also support in the cleaning. We also realized that behavior change is just as important as providing the wash. So it was just not enough to build a wash facility and go. We needed to have that conversation with them to prioritize cleaning and maintaining it. And that had to do with they changing their behaviors. Then it's also important that when you are working in a group, you understand the group dynamics so that you can have a successful implementation, because we are coming from different backgrounds in terms of religion, culture, even employment, so you need to understand that. Sustainability, one, we have linked these schools to some NGOs within the metropolis. One is School for Life, another is NOSAC, CRS, and Lively Minds. And fortunately, those are organizations that my team members and I are coming from. So it made it very easier to connect it to existing projects that we were already implementing. And then we co-created a cleaning schedule with the teachers and then the students to ensure that they continuously maintain the facility that we have provided for them. Thank you. Our pictures, we inserted it. This is the co-creation, and then our pictures were inserted. This was the current situation of their wash. This is the final product. I don't know how we can zoom it closer, but this is the washroom that we did for them.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, a very wonderful one. And I'm also impressed about the contributions that students are making towards some of these initiatives. I want to just reiterate one of the points from you to IDEAL. I think we still stand the chance as a center or an institution to engage donor organizations, NGOs, and all that, even at the inception stage of these projects, so that maybe a pitching or something for the institutions to see which ones they will be interested to fund. I think that's still possible, and maybe there's something I may want to offer my support in that direction. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. Why are the poor poor? Yeah. Okay. Nice to meet all of you, and I'm here briefly, but I'm glad to come and see. I have a class ongoing. I had to give them some 1 hour break because I wanted to come and see you guys and to hear what you have to say. So that's great. Congratulations to your group. And all I just want you to know is that no matter how minute the impact may be, as long as it means a lot to the people, you have contributed to development. And it's to all of you that don't look at the magnitude of what, but even creating the whole mindset. If it is a mind, like a change in a mindset, it is very significant. And that's why we want to really look at it. Emphasize on the continuity of the thoughts and what you are doing. The sustainability bit is very, very important as you continue to implement the projects. So congratulations, but just a recommendation for you. I think that in terms of it was not quite visible. You loaded on so much on the slides that we could not really see. We had to strain our eyes, and if you strain your eyes so much and you collapse here, someone may think you have epilepsy, so please. Next time, let's see harvest. We just do a bit of the pictures, and that speaks volumes as to what should come out of your presentation. But congratulations once again. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Peter Doc, for gracing us. It's a privilege to have you here. Up next is the Pokwase group, so if you can join me. My group members, please, let's come.
Let me set you up.
Thank you.
So what do you want to do first? The video? Presentation first. Okay. Is this your slide? Yes, it is. So if you want to move forward and backwards, so okay. If at any point you want to focus on something, you can do press this, and then it's okay. So forward, backward, backwards. All right. Good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm in the person of Asumedudo Original Suma, and I'm presenting on behalf of the Pokwase group. With me are my team members. So we have our group leader, Dominic, Madam Joyce, Elham, Eric, Dorcas, and then Alma, who is our MC for today. So our project focus was in education. We wanted to invest in infrastructure development for the education sector. So the theme that we chose to work with was renovation for educational excellence. Thus, we were trying to transform St. Silvano's Roman Catholic Basic School 2. And our project overview was to address the infrastructure deficit in this particular school. When we went to the school, we realized that it's a cluster of schools, actually, and most of them were newly painted, but then this particular one stood out. It had a weathered out paint, so we decided to settle on that and then work on it. For this particular project, we could connect SDG Goal 9, 11, and then 4 to it. The first one is investing in infrastructure which will strengthen educational opportunities and creating safe space and then inclusive learning spaces that will benefit all students. For stakeholder engagement, we met with the Education Directorate of the Municipal Assembly. We met with their Municipal Education Oversight Committee. We met with the Assembly member. We had a series of meetings with the headmistress of the school and then the PTA committee. We met with some students and then some students as well. For project funding, as have been said earlier, it has always been a challenge and it was not new to us. We actually wrote proposals to various companies, but then when it was time for them to come through, they failed us. So it lied with the team members to contribute something for the project. So for project activities and then timeline, our timeline for this project was actually limited. We had an initial project that we were going to work on, but unfortunately, the community had some political issues and then it got bent as a result of us coming into the line. So we spoke with our coordinator and then quickly we had to readjust and then settle on this particular school. So we did our initial assessment and then planning by engaging stakeholders and then conducting these assessments, and we built consensus with the community for them to accept what we want to do with them. And then for renovation and then upgrades, we realized the classroom needed some paintings, and for pupils of class 5 and 4, they lacked some teaching and learning material, so we made provisions for that as well. And finally, we had meetings with our stakeholders to present our project to them finally. Our project impact and expected outcomes. As I said earlier, it was a cluster of schools, and then just this particular school stood out. So we had the idea of painting it so that it would match to the level that the school had. Then in the short term, not enrollment per se, but then we realized the students had started coming to school earlier. They usually didn't like to dress well formally. They would have their dresses just untucked. But then after our painting, we realized that they were trying to look decent for the project. So community ownership, because we had a series of engagements with the community members and all other stakeholders that were involved, it was easy for us to hand over and then incorporate them into the whole project that we were doing. Challenges, yes, for our group, it's been very challenging. So it didn't just start with our initial project getting bent, but then we had a limited funding. We didn't have any external source, so it was the group members who contributed about 12,000, right? About 12,000 to complete this project. And then with the time frame, when we realized the initial project had gotten bent, we couldn't readjust and then go back to that. We had to just quickly move on to the next prioritized project. And yes, changing of school due to fire outbreak. Our sustainability plan. So we met with the students, the executive body of the school, and then we came up with a plan that for each of the classrooms that we painted, we're going to have a team in place that would ensure that should a student write on the wall, that student is going to buy a paint. Yes, they agreed. They actually came out with that plan. We didn't give it to them. They came out with that. There's a video to that effect, so maybe after this we'll just show you the video for you to see. And then because we inculcated everybody in the sustainable, in the stakeholder chain, we didn't have issues when it came with probably levying them when we are no longer in the scene to repaint the classroom blocks. These are our team structure. So as I said earlier, Dominic is our team lead, Dorcas is our assistant team lead, Joyce is our secretary, Amma is our secretary, Elham is our organizing secretary, and then myself, the PRO, and then Eric is our financial secretary. How do I play the video? So we have a video for you. Please enjoy.
It's not showing. Yeah.
We welcome you to St. Silvanus RC Basic School 2. I am the head facilitator, and my name is Mercy Powell. This is a project on community development. And my school happened to be your case study. So we are saying a very big thank you for choosing Silvanus too.
Before the painting of this school, the buildings were lapidated, and then it didn't actually improve our learning activities. But after the painting, we realized that the school building looks so beautiful, so attractive, and it's making learning so easy, and then learners are also happy, and then it improves upon their learning because a new facility, it makes them happy to also what? Partake. Books were shared today, and the learners are also very happy, and this is going to improve upon their studies, especially for those who don't come to school.
We just want to appreciate the team for their good work. In fact, their coming has made the school look very neat and nice. The children are happy every morning when they are in school that they have a new building, and we are very grateful. We pray that this will be extended to other schools who also need this assistance. Thank you so much. May God bless you all.
Your friend Lydia Mensa. Me ba o school has me be to painting no. Pa. Before school no, enye say next year. But see no ma ba be painting e na ma school no so aha pa. School no say no ma siesie no e be ma nkola no omo ankasa be ko abonte akwa twetwe nkola no say your school no yefo ya painting ya yesi e be enese ye be cheche pencil and a book eraser.
First of all, I would like to say a very big thank you to you all. Our school is now looking beautiful and attractive. Thank you very much for all you have done for us. God richly bless you. Thank you.
My name is Christiane Esiedulabi. I am in class 5B. Thank you for painting our class and the school. It beautifies the school and our class. Thank you for sharing the books.
So, just a quick one. On behalf of my team, we'd like to appreciate Amma for all of this. She came with her team to help us to make the video. So we want to appreciate her just so much for that. And then again, the school, as I said, is a cluster. So the headmistress was appealing if we could fix their gates for them. But then because of funding, we couldn't. So we'd like to put it out there. If anybody is willing to do that on our behalf, we would really appreciate. Thank you.
I think the first one is, how many students am I supervising in this group? It looks like I have 3 of my thesis students there. And I'm happy because I'm your supervisor, sir. Anyway, so Sure, you don't get jealous, right? I mean, on a more funny note, you people, you were putting pressure on the little girl. They said, God bless you, God bless. Why were you doing that? You knew that this lady needed to relax, and you, instead of saying, God bless you, it was God bless you. So, beauty from a behavioral point of view often attracts. And the innovation in terms of your project lies in the fact that you tried adding color to the physical space. And just as I think that you capture it well, safe space. And that's very innovative for me. Someone may look at it in the sense that, you've just gone to paint a school. But of course, it translates into a lot of change in terms of attitude for the kids. And just like the woman, the parent was saying, the children will be the ones who will go and advertise because our school has been painted. So I think that you don't need to, you just push yourself a bit and think about it as to how you own the school and become ambassadors by reaching out to people. Just sit back with the school to talk about how they could also contribute to fix the gate. It must not always be what? Exogenous. You remember what I taught you. Endogenous, exogenous funding. So get back to them and let's see how best, this is what we have done. What can be done? PTA, what can be done so that we fix the gate? Do you get it? The kids may not be the ones who are writing on the wall. Others will come and they'll come and write on the wall and you will not get the paint. So these are things that you need to get back to set up with them, and I'm sure collectively you can fill that gap. But congratulations to you. Yeah.
Please, I have a question to ask. Please, I wanted to ask if it's possible to get the videographer, his contact, since the video was very good. Is it private or it can be made available? Okay, thank you.
You have it, thank you. Yeah, so you can take it. Oh.
It's just something small I wanted to add. So, as Peter said, as an add-on, it could be advocacy. You can use what you just did to drive behavioral change in terms of always saying, yeah, buying to now moving to self-help projects. So beyond you as students, this is what you've been able to do. But what can they, the parents, those well-wishers of the school, past alumni, whatever, what can they do themselves to support the school? So you could think of probably one of their PTA meetings being there and using your experience as an example to drive home an advocacy that they can also do something for themselves without waiting for the government or someone to come and paint their school for them.
Next, we would have the group from Adenta. Dela?
And I'm here with George, Yvonne, Enyo, Melissa, and Derek. So today, our project is really simple, but I'm not going to start with the details of the project. I am going to start with a question to all of us. And the question that I have for all of us is that, one, do we think that sanitary products should be basic for everyone, every girl and woman, or do we think it should be a privilege? It's a question, and I'm waiting for not an answer. I want to see by hands those who believe that it should be a basic, people should have, like girls, women should have basic access to sanitary products. Are there some individuals here who think that it should be a privilege? So looking at this already, we know that menstrual hygiene management and affordable and renewable or sustainable sanitary products is key for every young girl and every young woman, or generally every woman. And for that reason, we chose a project that will be impactful in that area, where we did, where we sought to impact in the area of menstrual hygiene by, first of all, building awareness. Secondly, I think I should go through my slides, yeah. So our main project goal was to, first of all, educate and build awareness. Secondly, we sought to develop the skills of individuals, of the girls of the school that we chose. And then our aim was to also foster confidence, and then finally to promote sustainability. How did we do this? So we went into the problem identification. So before the problem identification, as a group member, as group members, we had conversations. When we knew that we were going to have a project, we all asked ourselves, what do you think we should do? We went into meetings, and eventually we settled on one project. And because we're all in the Adenta municipality, we sought to speak to the community to find out which of the schools will this really be impactful in. So finally, we chose Sowadin Memorial Primary School, which is around the Adringano area. Sowadin is a school that, when we had the conversations with the stakeholder, it's a school that most of the girls miss school during the end of the month. And the reason is simple. Most times, they are in their period and they cannot come to school. They don't have access to the sanitary pad. We know how much sanitary towels cost. People don't have the money to buy it. So our project was to make sure that we are going to build a skill, help them to develop reusable sanitary pads. So we actually show them how to do that. In terms of relation to SDGs, there were 4 SDGs that were identified. One is good health and well-being, which is SDG 3. And then we had quality education, which is the SDG 4. Obviously, this will reduce our absenteeism. Girls will go back to school usually because they now have access to sanitary pad. It's not just any sanitary pad, but reusable because it's affordable. We'll talk about how it is done later. And then, obviously, gender equality. We didn't just engage the girls. We made sure that the boys were part of it, and also the teachers were part of it, and the girls. And then in terms of responsible consumption and production, the materials that we used in producing this sanitary pad, the reusable sanitary pad, they are all renewable. So you can wash them and then use it again. In terms of stakeholder management, we spoke to the Adenta municipality. There's chief executive, the development planning officer, the health director was also part of it because this borders on health. You know that hygiene borders on health as well. And then we spoke to the education director. Obviously, we were looking for a school. Therefore, we had to go to the education ministry to get their buy-in and then approval to go to these schools. And then we had the Adenta School Health Education Program. They have a program that we also had to collaborate with. And then the school authorities, the headmistress, the coordinators of the various classes, the teachers, and then even the students, leaders as well. In terms of funding, we were looking at affordability, especially this project is very affordable. We didn't have to spend much money in it. Awareness is training, building the skills. In terms of the product that is used to do the the sanitary towel itself. They are very basic: cloth, thread, needle, and then, so they are very basic and it's not affordable. So we could fund this project ourselves. In terms of budget, we had a budget of 1,000 cedis, and we were able to raise all the materials that we needed for the sanitary towel, the reusable sanitary towel. In terms of donations, after we have done the exercise, we were able to even donate 400 cedis to the school to say, buy materials, and then we were also able to add on with the materials that we had left. We gave it to them to further implement the project. In terms of project media, as you can see, the students, we started the awareness in the class, we went through the menstrual cycle, we spoke to them, we asked questions, they asked questions, we answered their questions. Then we went into the practicality of building the skills, where we taught them how to sew the sanitary towels. So you can see some of them over here. For overview's sake, project overview, first of all, we were mainly building awareness. That was what we wanted. We started with the conduction of sessions in the classroom. We went on to do the hands-on training to teach them how to sew the reusable sanitary towels. And then we did capacity building in terms of selecting champions, because we couldn't leave the school without having individuals who have been well-trained to be able to build on what we had started. And then in terms of monitoring and evaluation, we are looking at, and we are planning to go back into the school during the World Menstrual Hygiene Month, which is May, to make sure that we are doing a follow-up of what we have already started and see if our sustainability plan is working. For our sustainability plan, you can see a boy here learning how to do the sanitary towel, the reusable sanitary towel. So we are going to do peer training. We selected the champions, and they are going to continue to teach other students in groups. And then we have the integration into the school curriculum. So what we had asked that the school authorities and leaders and teachers and student champions continue to do was to make sure that on Wednesdays, they have worship, like it's a worship service, bi-weekly, every 2 weeks or monthly. They should talk about the menstrual hygiene sessions, and then also remind the students as a refresher that this is key, so that the girls will feel like they need to continue to do this. So for our project team, we had myself, George. George has been very instrumental. Derek, who happens to be work with an NGO that actually does menstrual cycle awareness training, was the one that introduced us to the project, and we felt that it was very laudable and feasible and a sustainable project. So we want to say a big thank you to Derek. And then we have Esther, who is not here with us, but has been very instrumental as well. Dorothy Enyonam, and then Yvonne and Melissa. Thank you very much.
So quickly, I have a sample of whatever we taught them to do here. So I'll show you a sample of a reusable pad. This is the holder of the pad. So we taught them how to sew the holder by using their hands. And this is the pad itself. So this is the pad holder, and this is the pad. Thank you. Please, they said I should show you how to fix it. This is the pad holder. It's made of fabric, cotton fabric. So this is the pad.
Teaching and learning materials. You were supposed to bring a pant.
So this
Yes,
is how
bring the
it
pants.
is.
Yes. And please remove it. I want the males to do it.
So depending on your size will determine the length of your pad and your pant size. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, it's good. We're talking about sustainability, the circular economy, reuse, and all that. But I'm very particular about the kind of material that we have taught the children to use. Did the team conduct any scientific analysis to see the chemical composition of the material? Is it safe for the children to use? How should they even wash it? What kind of treatment? Because it's not just about reusable sanitary pad, but also well-being should also be considered. So I want to know what kind of material we are talking about here.
I will start from the perspective of the awareness. So for us, the awareness was not just saying but it was mainly to train them on hygienic ways of using the reusable sanitary pad. And then also, there was also we showed them the taboos. We gave them a lot of information on that. And in terms of the material, that I will leave Derek to give us the background on the research and why we chose the cotton materials.
All right, so with the pad, the pad itself, we use cotton fabric to sew it. Because we believe if it is cotton, it can absorb the blood. But with the scientific aspect, we didn't do any research on it, as say us. But usually we advise they use cotton fabric. That is very neat and it can absorb blood. That is what we do. And with the washing, after using it, you first have to rinse with warm water. Before you wash, you dry in the sun. And after you iron before you use when you want to use it again. That's the training we give them.
I think that is fine, but we have to put some more work into that because otherwise anybody will just go and take any kind of cotton and try to sew sanitary pad. But I mean, these fabrics also have their own chemical compositions and their side effects when they come in contact with blood and other things. So I know there is a lady in Kumasi here, somewhere around Aferi, who is into the production of reusable sanitary pads. And she has done extensive research with the support of international organizations as to which materials to even use. And I think it's very impressive. Maybe we have to link you up with her, and then you can have a look at what she's doing. Yeah.
So Sherry was the one behind me saying, go and bring the pad. The pants. Because, she was reminding me of years ago when I had to ask some group who were also doing something similar on that. But usually in terms of these things, we may begin to downplay. For me, what caught my eyes and attention was the gentleman. There was some small boy who was, I don't know what really is his intention. But I see that in terms of profitability, I think like a businessman now. Very soon, that guy may begin to venture into sewing of sanitary pads and be selling in the school. So many people may not want to, but I want to say that get back to that young man. Understand his motives. When I say motives, not necessarily in a negative sense, but there is a possibility that it can be something that you can push, that he would do it, and if you have even identified sources, he will be doing it and he can bring what? To school. Not just as a champion, but I'm sure we pray that he also doesn't use that one to be getting girlfriends. But that is something that we cannot think about. But please, just get back to him and push him to get the training. He can be one of the elements of your sustainability Because as long as he's still there, he will continue to what? Champion that idea. So that's something I just wanted to leave with you. Well, congratulations.
So thank you, Adenta Group. At this moment, it's 1 o'clock. We've been sitting for quite some time. And so we'll take a coffee break. Our dignitaries, please, you'll be seated for yours. Our colleagues and students, the audience, you can go outside and then take yours. So it's 20 minutes. So by 1:20, 15, okay. So by 1:15, the next group should prepare. Kumase is next. Kumase Abuabo, you are next. So the next groups, we have Kumase Abuabo, number 2, DigiBase, Development in Action, and then a Showman Group. And is what Sunya Group, yeah, for the next phase. Thank you. Time, you can just head outside and have yours. Thank you.
Hello. The slides will be made available for anybody who is interested. So we will share we'll share a link to the drive with the slides for anybody interested. It will be in the team WhatsApp group. If any of the lecturers are interested in our slides, please let me know and I'll send you our beautiful slides and videos. Thank you.
There's no way, I'm already still burning. So hold me close, now baby, I do what I'm told. Still learning to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing. You're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, we can roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, 'cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gonna bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy, the way that you roll, I'm falling, so I never fall. I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing. You're my you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you did it wrong, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you did it wrong, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I know that you think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up on, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many I could drown, but I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up on, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Typical emotional, sensitive and cynical. Took my sanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up on, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night.
Nena loca, me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena. Ay, baby, yo te quiero. Es mentira todo lo que te dijeron. Sé déjame ser el que te complace. En mi mente corriendo a base, me quedo contigo, pase lo que pase. Baby, espero que me ames, me tiene volando en el cielo como las aves. Ey, tienes pa' mí, nanes, tomo el sueño, el debo, ya lo sabes. Por lo que yo hago de todo pa' ti, como ahorrándome todo de ti. Y yo te doy todo de mí, hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Nena loca, me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena.
You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never like those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe and to get away. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not around mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. High off life in the spot though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not around mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. We can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready
like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet running. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like it's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. I know 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. I feel your grip tonight. Can I feel it? Can I feel you? Can I feel your grip tonight? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, staring my eyes for you. Yeah, I'd give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't miss you this night. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight?
soon. Loving in your company, can't choose who you have to be. Give it the best to me like it's supposed to be. Na 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 na. I gotta love it in your company. Can't choose who you have to be. Give it the best to me like it's supposed to be. Oh na 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 na. I know they won't let you go, won't make you stay. Fall in love with you, I'll be the best living, and I'm selfish with you. And I'm selfish with you. I know they won't let you go, won't make you stay. Fall in love with you, I'll be the best living, and I'm selfish with you. Yeah. Don't leave it conmigo, don't leave it conmigo. I see your smile, I forget my love. Don't leave it conmigo, that's all they know. I see your smile, I forget my love. I know they won't let you go, won't make you stay. Fall in love with you, I'll be the best living, and I'll be selfish with you. And I'll be selfish with you. I know they won't let you go, won't make you stay. Fall in love with you, I'll be the best living, and I'll be selfish with you. Yeah. Mini me tough for a shit, mama. Don't say the opposite. Gotta the opposite. You didn't come on, you didn't come on, you didn't come on, you didn't come. I'm on your side, the opposite. Side of the opposite. You be my dream come true. We don't be perfect, too. But as you there with me, when you're there for you, we gon' make up true. We be my dream come true. We don't be perfect, too. But as you there with me, when you're there for you, we gon' make up true. I know they won't make you go, won't make you stay. Fall in love with you, I'll be the best living, and I'll be selfish with you. And I'm selfish with you. I know they won't make you go, won't make you stay. Fall in love with you, I'll be the best living, and I'll be selfish with you. Yeah. Don't leave it conmigo, don't leave it conmigo. I see your smile, I forget my love. Don't leave it conmigo, that's all they know for that. I see your smile, I forget your love. Me amo todo, me amo tú, me amo todo. Y yo no me eché más, se me coco, me amo todo. Y yo todo, me amo tú, me amo todo. Y yo no me eché más, se me coco, me amo todo. Baby, that's all my journal. Intina me se peti ala breathe, yeah, my pen. I don't for me, I will go to me, the peti must have been. I don't know, yeah, more than me. Every time I try, I'll come out with the rain. In the night, cause it's me. I try, I'll let the rain. In the night, cause it's me. If I don't be here. One for the time, I'm on the piano. Don't tell me, say what you do, as in the gym, I say, me, at you, I come up. My friend, no, no, it's not for me, you know, as in the gym, I say, me, at you, I come up. My friend, no, it's not for me, you know, oh, me, never shut you in. I was sitting in my. Oh, the minute you come from, I've been sitting in there. Oh, now watch me, oh, no. It's me, sweet, Friday.
wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting out to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
Welcome back to the second session of the 8th SEEP conference. You're all welcome. We want to acknowledge Reverend Malik Owusu of Assemblies of God, Kumewu Bodwase. He saw us on Joy News and decided to join us. Let's acknowledge him, please. Up next, we want you to understand that SEEP is not just for the postgraduate students. We have students from the primary level who are also making impacts. So we want to welcome the Icon schools to present their project as well. Please give them a hand.
The Director, Institute of Distance Learning, esteemed guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols duly observed. My name is Rainba Kofi Jomfo, a grade 5 pupil of the Icon School, and with me are Cyril, Yasewa, Kendrick, and Lordina. It is a great honor to us and a historic moment of our life to join you for the 8th SEP conference. This conference celebrates the power of our collective efforts in support of others. Over the years, we, the pupils of the Icon School, have been inspired by the many self-help projects SEP has produced in furthering the Sustainable Development Agenda. As young pupils, we look forward to being like you one day because you give the true meaning, the true value of education, which is giving back to the society through philanthropism and entrepreneurship. The popular Akan adage says, "Abofra onyina obeto kano, onima onama no bisa ka hododin," which literally translates, "A child with an ambition starts at an early age." Following in your steps, in December 2024, my school, led by its pupils, made a call on all parents, guardians, and well-wishers to support us donate to the Kumasi Children's Home, as depicted in the photo images on the screen. This was met with much enthusiasm as items received was beyond our imagination. From the screen, We sorted out, washed, mended, and packaged these items neatly. Additionally, we wrote simple messages in each package labeled, "We love you," from the Icon School. On 20th December 2024, our school authorities helped us rent an Ayalolo bus, and with the media presence, donated these items to the Kumasi Children's Home. The joy we had as givers and implementers of self-help projects is no different from what you also experience in your various projects. A sense of accomplishment and support for the marginalized in our society is indeed a worthy cause. To the Director of IDL, Professor Andrews, the Program Coordinator of the MSc Development Management Program, Dr. Jones Opokuware, Facilitator for the CERF Conference, Dr. Victoria Mensah Nyamadi, all lecturers on the DM program and students, we say, Ayiko, Ape, Tipagi, Yare, and may the spirit of entrepreneurship and philanthropism live on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Icon Schools. The Bible says, train up a child the way he should go, and when he grows, he will not depart from it. I believe this is not going to be their first and their last. It is going to be something that you continue for a very, very long time. We are very, very proud of you guys. Let's give them a hand for applause, please. Our next group to present is the Kumasi Abuabo number 2, DigiBiz. Please, let's welcome them.
So if you want to move forward and backwards, use this. If you want to point at something in particular, you press this button there. The red dot will show on the screen also. You don't need to point it at the, just point it at the screen.
All right, thank you. So we are the Kumasi Abuabo number 2, the DigiBiz group. And I'm in the person of Sebastian Chubri. I'm here with my group leader, Gary Bababa Muntawakilu. And then, unfortunately, Benis Adu couldn't join us. So the name of our project is DigiBiz. That's we aiming to transform lives through technology and then financial access. So we came about with these projects because we realized that for the growth of every business, technology has to be in place. So we considered embarking on these projects so that people or the groups that we work with will leverage on the available technological tools so that they will be able to bridge the gap between them and then those elites. So as I said, financial management, we all know, when properly done, will help reduce inequalities, especially for the vulnerable groups. This project was done within the Askorimampong municipality. That's Abuabo number 2. It's a slum area. And our main focus was on KIAs, that's female headquarters. And then we aim to equip them with entrepreneurship skills using technology. And then we aim to include these KIAs into the financial system. So in doing these projects, we are looking at Sustainable Development Goal 1, that is to no poverty, and then 8, decent work and then economic growth, and then the last one is Goal 10, to reduce inequalities. And in doing this, we worked with various stakeholders. Luckily for us, we had a local NGO that got interested in our project, so we partnered with them. That is the MBU Youth Empowerment Center. We had Fidelity Bank taking charge of the financial training, and then the Municipal Assembly. we had the assemblymen and then the unit committee of Abu number 2, traditional leaders, and then the last group was the leadership of Kayayis within Abu number 2.
Okay, so at the start of the project, we engaged our stakeholders. Like Sebastian said, we approached MBU Youth Employment Center, and they were very happy to receive us. Fortuitously, they were looking for a project to do with a very limited budget. So we were very lucky to approach them at that time, and we were able to start seeking for participants for the project. We did a lot of field visits, and then we recruited our participants. Now, we designed a 5-day workshop. The first 3 days was for entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, to receive digital tools training. So what we did was we took them through Canva, how to do basic administrative stuff with Canva, including producing business cards, brochures for their businesses, how to link up with customers using Canva. And then we also looked at TikTok and then Facebook, how they can use those platforms to maximize their businesses. And then for the next 2 days, for the following 2 days, we concentrated on the KIA. The KIAs were 20, they were 20 in number, and we had to take them through financial inclusion and financial literacy training. That was facilitated by the Fidelity Bank. We were very grateful to have them. And then also we had a lot of coaching and mentoring attached to it as well. Now, in terms of impact, we have a lot of digital inclusion in in what we did. And then also our KIAs are now financially included. They can now access all the banking services and all the banking facilities that Fidelity Bank has to offer. And then also we improve the business aspect of our entrepreneurs. Now they're able to link with customers. They're able to get more money and all those things. Now, with our sustainability, NBU YEC is already working in those communities. That is their line of work is youth empowerment. So they have taken it upon themselves to make regular visits to our participants. And also, their doors are open for our participants who can walk in at any time to access any of their services. And then also, we ourselves had periodic engagements with our participants to see how they are doing. In fact, on one of our recent visits, we got to realize that even though they were using the financial models that we taught them, the agents that were supposed to be there to be helping them had now vacated their posts because of politics. It's a very political area, so we understood that. We contacted Fidelity Bank, and they are preparing to send a new agent there as well. Now, in doing this project, we realized that we needed a lot of funds. We had very little time, and we had very little money, and it was a problem. If NBU YEC hadn't come in with what they came in with, we would have struggled to really get the impact that we did. Now, we had limited funding because it was only 3 of us, and we had to share the cost among us, in addition to what NBU YEC provided for us. We also realized that our participants had very little exposure to technology, especially with our KIAs. We would have loved to have included them in the digital tools training, but because of their level, it will mean that we have to go back and start from the very beginning, which we didn't have the time for, so we decided to just do the financial inclusion training for them. And then also, in our planning stages, meeting stakeholders and all that, we needed to be together because the nature of Asokore Mampong is that you can't just sit somewhere and call somebody. You have to go and meet the person face to face. They appreciate that. And because we were all from different parts, we couldn't really find time to meet together and then find time to really approach our stakeholders. So that was a problem for us. And then language as well. Most of our participants, especially the KIAs, struggled with the Twi language. We had to get interpreters, translators to really come in and then help us during the facilitation of some of our our sessions. And then also we had some political interference. Like I said, it's a very, very political area. So whatever you are doing, immediately you come and talk to somebody, the first thing the person thinks about is these people are politicians. They want to come here and do this and do that. And we had a lot of problems trying to bring on stakeholders for the project. And this is how our budget turned out. We had the NBU project team took up about 70% of the cost. And among the three of us, we had to come up with 30% of the cost. And the total, you can see the total there is 21,400. This is how much we spent in the entirety of the 5 days. It included bringing the carriers to and fro to the conference or to the workshop. It was very difficult because they are daily workers. Their lives depend on that daily wage. If they don't go to work, they don't eat. So we had to find ways to entice them to come. And that was where most of our budget went to, getting transport for them, making sure that they are fed, making sure that when they are going, you find something small to give them so that they don't miss out on that daily wage. Thank you so much. That's our, and then that is us in all of our activities there. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. How do they deal with fraudulent activities? Because as you are teaching them how they can deal with their financial activities, you have to teach them how they can deal with their fraudulent activities, because most of them are not educated based on that activities you are teaching them. Okay. Please, did you get my question?
Yes. So during our initial engagements with the carriers, that was one of the issues that they raised. That a lot of people have come there and they've made a lot of promises, and eventually they were swindled of their monies. So we had to assure them that we are students, and the agencies that we are working with are accredited agencies. They are credible. And another thing, to add to your point, they were afraid of banks because they thought that banks, the bank, bank. You know, that was one of their fears, and we had to tell them that a bank is for everybody. After the financial management training, all of them opened bank accounts, and they are using the bank accounts. So,
Okay, so as he said initially, that's why we had an agent, Fidelity Bank assigned an agent to them. He made mention of political interference. Not knowing this agent was using this platform for her own political gain. So after the election, the person had to leave because the party lost. So we went there during our monitoring visit, and then we asked them, and then they provided us with one mobile money agent around their area. So that's the person that they now trust. So they will have to go there, and then as it's done by Fidelity Bank, they pay to the agent, and then he transfer the money into their account.
I'm the Lone Ranger judge here, and we are going to make the best use of the time we have. Yes, first, congratulations. This is the first time I'm seeing the entrepreneur bit of our conference. I think most of us have been doing philanthropy, but this is the entrepreneur bit, and that's the direction we want to move. But a quick one. What deal were you able to get from Fidelity for these ladies? I ask this because, you know, their work has an age limit. At a certain age, they can't do it because it relies on physical strength. So beyond that age, when they can no longer do the head portrait business, what deal were you able to get from Fidelity for them? Would they be able to access funds to open up their own businesses, learn a trade, go back to school? Beyond the opening an account, yes, opening an account is just a formality, but beyond that, what else?
So, thank you, Doc. Fortunately, Fidelity Bank has packages for that sector of people. They have loan facilities for them. That is designed for them. It's not a very big loan, but you can access them once you are able to save up to a certain point. And that is one of the things that the KIAs also expressed, that they know that it's not a very, their job has a very short lifespan, because once they are unable to really carry heavy load, that is the end of them. And they don't want to wait till that time. So they are trying to diversify. And one of the reasons why they want to save with the bank is because they know that if they save with the bank and they now have a very solid base for their finances, they can really save up and start something. And that is where the bank also comes in with all the facilities for them. Thank you.
I think they've done well. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them.
Thank you. Kumase Abuabo, number 2, DJBase. Moving straight, we call on Development in Action to give us the action. Thank you.
Sorry. So, are you the one who... If you need to...
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm standing on all existing protocols. My name is Faustina, and I'm here with my colleague Dari, presenting on behalf of Development in Action Global. And our project is empowering women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises in Liberia through marketing, branding, and digital literacy. And in Liberia, we have 3 counties we're working with. That's the Montserrado, Bong, and Nimba counties. I know some of us will be wondering why all the way to Liberia. We noticed over the years, SIP have been implemented in Ghana, and a lot of interventions are ongoing. And we also know the history of Liberia coming out from war, and still they are struggling with development. So we thought it wise to move to Liberia to have this project there. Our team members, we have Dave, who is the team lead, myself, who is the sustainability and inclusion lead, and Dari, who is the research and communications lead. And this is our profile from whatever we're already doing. So about us, DIAG, as we call ourselves, we are a social enterprise, and we are committed in advancing the SDGs using inclusive growth and social change. And as part of our mission, we seek to bridge the gaps between education and economic opportunities by improving on skill development. We are also looking at innovations and entrepreneurship as well. And our approach is to empower businesses, individuals, organizations, and groups to help them break the poverty cycle in Liberia. So our project, I know someone would ask why, what came about our project. So we noticed that in Liberia, small and medium enterprises improving on their economic growth, but we noticed in terms of women participation, women-led SMEs, they have challenges with branding, marketing. And most of them are not even able to use these social media platforms to also advance their businesses. And we also noticed there's also a digital divide, which poses numerous challenges to them, and there's also low digital literacy. And in order for us to also understand the problem better, we went further to have engagement with some selected SMEs, about 20 of them, and we used the convenient sampling method. We wanted to know more about the problem, to know the best intervention to design for them. And the issues about digital divide came up again, and the impact it also has on their business performance. So our project, learning from this, we decided to design a training program for them, particularly on branding, digital literacy, and social media marketing, to boost their businesses and also create competition within the SME business. And we have our colleague, Dave, who is in Liberia, who did most of the field work because of distance. The alignment to the SDGs, as we were designing the project, we noticed it would address Goal 1, Target 1.2, which is to reduce by half poverty among children, women, and men in accordance with the national definitions. Goal 5, Target 5.8, which is looking at digital inclusion for women. And Goal 8, Target 8.2, which is also looking at using technology innovations to improve businesses. As stakeholders, so we had to also identify the right stakeholders to engage with on this project. First of all, we had 20 women-led MSMEs who we engaged with from the convenience sampling to understand the issue. Then we went further to also engage with the Liberian Vegetable Sellers Association, because most of these women belong to this association. Then we have the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, NEIZER, who have already been engaging with these women. So there was the need for us to partner with them to continue what they're already doing, because implementing a project is quite difficult. And with this, we had a partnership meeting with them, and they agreed to be including us in their future programs. We would be bringing on board our expertise to support these women and even much more projects. But we decided not to be charging them for it, because it is more like a social responsibility we are providing to them. Then we have Connect Liberia, which is a digital marketing company. We also had an engagement with them, and they agreed to provide services to the selected women, but they will not be charging them fully like they do with other companies. So they will be giving them at least half of the price for them to pay, whilst so it's more like they've waived about half of the price for them, and they will be helping them with their brand, the marketing, and the social media visibility. Then we have Made in Liberia Incorporated, which is a trade exhibition company who has been organizing a lot of fair in Liberia. And with this, we have been able to manage to get a platform for these women to be exhibiting their products there. And they've also been able to waive some of them, because normally when you go there to display your product, you have to pay some amount of money. So we've been able to also waive part of it. So we have their logos displayed here. Then these are some of the logos for the women-led MSMEs whom we have been engaging with. So with the resources, in fact, the estimated cost is $11,400 US. I know some of us will be wondering, hey, wow, how are we going to get this amount of money? So donations and personal contributions for us amounted to $1,400. Initially, when we started the SEEP, we wanted to design an educational program in collaboration with IDL, so that we will use that as a base to raise funds. Like I said, we are a social enterprise. So we wanted to use that to generate funds internally to undertake a project in Liberia. But there were a lot of consultations and we couldn't go through with that. So because we had this intention, we started the contributions earlier than before. Then when we settled on this project, we had to add on and use the money we have. So as part of our budget, we have a fashion training workshop, which the items and that is what we will be using the money for. We have the trade exhibition, registration of 5 women-led MSMEs, other operational costs, and 6 months of training and coaching for the MSMEs. And you notice that the amount is 11,400, but we have started this training, and we are hoping to have a period of 6 months for this training. So we are looking forward to generating funds internally using our social enterprise approach to organize trainings and coachings for other organizations, and whatever money we get from them, we'll be using it to also continue with the project. So Dari would take us through the remaining slides. Okay, sorry. So on the progress made so far, we've been able to sign MOUs with all the partners, stakeholders we've engaged with, because we wanted to formalize and solidify our engagement we've already had with them. And we also co-supported the fashion training workshop, which is upcoming. It's yet to be undertaken. It will be held this month. We've also co-funded a trade exhibition. We have personally registered 5 women-led MSMEs for this particular event. And we have already started launching social media campaigns towards the trade expo. Just this morning, as we were here, our colleague Dave sent us a snapshot on the Made in Liberia Facebook page, where they have really acknowledged us, and they are also sharing what we want to do with the collaboration with them, and I think it's also a good step for us. And we also have a training which is will be taking place on the 13th of March.
Okay, thank you, Foster. So these were the challenges that we faced during the project implementation. Funding was one of our major constraints during the project implementation. And secondly, we also have initial skepticism about the SIP. You know, as Foster said, having been the first time we are implementing or we are taking this SIP into a different country, it was a different thing, new thing to them. So we find it difficult with the stakeholders to get understanding because of trust issues and all those kind of things. And then also geographical limitation. You know, some of us are based in Ghana, and then one of our colleagues also in Liberia. So it makes us, very difficult for us to reach out and do other things face to face. But because we are dealing with digitalizations, we were able to utilize that platform and also, come out with our solutions. And lastly, limited project timeline. The timeline for the project 2 was also a major challenge to us. Our next phase, we are aiming to, support 20 participant MSMEs for 6 months. And then we also ensure branding and marketing coaching for our people. And then also creation of our branding identity for our people. So this will also make sure that we create logo for them so that when they are packaging their product, they will have logos on the product. And also, we also ensure packaging, how to support them with packaging. You know, when it comes to product market, packaging is very necessary. How you package your product, it will also, bring competition into the the market. And then lastly, our sustainability plan, we are aiming, to stand on our existing protocols or our existing institutions. That's the already stakeholders that we have, and then ensure our sustainability of the project. And also, we want to also capitalize on the social enterprises and also, able to generate internal funds for our project, and then one-on-one coaching for our people too. These are our contact details that you can contact us. We have our Facebook and then LinkedIn. You can follow us, and you see a lot of projects that we have done and other things. Thank you very much.
Yes, so thank you for your project, and thank you for venturing into other areas. I have 1 or 2 concerns that I want you to address for me. The 2 of you, so you were the Research and Communications Officer, and you were the
Sustainability and Inclusion.
Okay, so what exactly did you do? Did you travel to Liberia How did you engage the women, the 20 women who were beneficiaries?
Okay, so like we said, most of the work was done remotely from here because of the issues about flight cost and everything. But we leverage on the social media, capacity from DM using the virtual classroom. So most of the discussions were held virtually. And
So the
when
women
there
were
was
on
the need
virtual,
for-
not to cut you. So
Okay.
the women that you talked to, which means did you use?
Okay, so most of the field work was done by Dave because he is in Liberia. But we always made sure we had that interaction, agree on the deliverables and everything before he goes. And when there is a need for us to also talk to them on phone, he was always calling us for us to have that engagement with him.
Okay. My question number 2, you said the team raised $1,400.
Yeah.
So I did a quick math, and I got 21,000 Ghana cedis.
280.
So team members, that's the 3 of you.
Yes, the 3 of us.
And you self-finance
And there was
that.
also donation from UNIDO because of the partnership we had with them. So we also got some funding from them.
So how much did the team, the 3 of you, bring? That's the question.
Okay, so for the 3 of us, we brought on board 1,000, and it's because we also started mobilizing the funds. Like I said, we had other plans to have like an educational model with IDL. So we had already started mobilizing funds towards it. So we had some money, and when there was the need for us to add on, we also did add on.
My third question, sorry, I said 2, but 3.
Okay.
The beneficiaries were 20 small-scale business, that's women, into vegetable farming, right?
Not only vegetable farming, we have some who are into detergents. We have some who are into food processing. We have some who are into spices, like making spices and packaging them and all that. So they are different women-led MSMEs in Liberia, and we were bringing them from different counties because we didn't want to concentrate in just one area.
But from your slide, I saw the beneficiaries were 20 female vegetable farmers.
Let me go back.
So
20 women-led MSMEs. Then we have Liberia Vegetable Sellers Association. So they are different stakeholders we engage with. Because some of the women are coming from the Vegetable Sellers Association, and we needed to also engage with their leaders to get them on board.
So you wanted to bring them on board in terms of technology, their presence on social media, the marketing and branding of their produce, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, these women, let's take perishable.
Yeah.
So what has, just maybe help me understand the linkage.
Okay, so
me being a tomato woman seller and displaying my products on a digital marketing app, okay, and my produce is a perishable produce. What is the linkage? As against me adding value in terms of processing.
Okay, so one thing we realized was that because they are not able to package their goods very well, one, they don't get good markets, and they are not able to even sell these goods, so they end up perishing. So we decided to bring some of them also on board, help them to repackage their products, give them a very good price, so that when they harvest their products, it will not just be perishing like it has been before. But I understand the point you're coming from, because when you harvest tomatoes, you cannot keep them for that very long. But we are looking at other innovative ways of selling these harvested tomatoes on time to prevent them from perishing, whilst you also get a very good market and a good price for that.
So you see, this goes to all of us. I'm asking this series of questions because, you see, when we finish DM and we come out, we have this ambition as problem solvers, demigods, so to speak, okay? And we end up proposing solutions to issues that may in the long run be a white elephant. How many of us want tomatoes and we go online? We go to the market, huh? But we want clothes, shoes, we go online. Let's be realistic. Maybe if I want to check the current price of tomatoes, maybe in a market, I can go online and check. But to buy vegetables, we will normally go to the market. We don't go online. But rather, if it's about adding value to the produce so that its shelf life is increased, and seeking markets for them through branding and like making them visible to the market. That I understand you. But for the raw products displaying on social media, why should 3 days bedroom now be say? Are you with me? Yeah. So rather, if you want to go into entrepreneurship, which is one thing we are encouraging, rather help them add value to their produce. Give them branding. How can they brand it? And access to markets through your platforms. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you.
Up next, we have the Ashoman group. Can we please be quick? We are against time, so.
Ashoman. You have a video? Oh. This one. So, if you want to point at something in particular, there's this, the dot will show.
Yeah. So my name is Jonathan, and I'll be presenting on the behalf of the Ashoman Group. And my colleagues here with me are Priscilla and Rebecca. So we embarked on a sustainable career guidance and counseling program for the Atomic Hills Estate Demonstration School and Atomic Hills Presby Model School. So we were all hard hit when we got to know that Ghana's unemployed graduates rate is about 14.7%. And as clearly pointed out on the slide, it was reported by City News and then Graphic Online. And so we were quite interested, and then we got to dig deeper. And we found some researchers from DATSI and CEFET who attributed this problem to the lack of career guidance and counseling for basic students. We all know that from our GSS, moving into the second cycle institutions, that is where we tend to divert into what programs that we really want to read. And so at that stage, most of the time, parents and guardians are those, and teachers are those who direct students where to go. And sometimes our parents are wishful because they couldn't read maybe law, they want their children to read it. And it creates a lot of problems. The students may not be interested in such a thing, but they had to end up reading it. So identifying this challenge, we head on to meet the Ga East Municipal Assembly Education Directorate and the guidance and counseling units, where they made us aware that, yes, it's true, they have guidance and counseling coordinators on grounds, but as to whether they are able to perform effectively was another challenge. So they gave us contact persons within the schools who are guidance and counseling coordinators, and then we met them together with their head teachers for various discussions. And so we came up together to draw up the guidance and counseling program for the two schools. And so our mission was to provide sustainable career guidance and counseling to students, helping them identify and pursue career paths that align with their interests, skills, aspirations. And our vision was to bridge up the gap, reducing it at some point where the students head into institutions and read courses that are aligned to their interests and their personalities. So this is how our project relates to the SDGs. We are looking at quality education, and we are looking at decent work and economic growth. And here are our funders and then support. So together as a team, we put together 6,000 Ghana cedis. Our budget was 32,000. The number for students and parents were 600. We were looking at 400 students and then 200 parents. Pomasidor took Pomasidor through distributors, Susuli Distributions, took out the refreshment for the students and their parents. Specialized gave us water, and then the Presby Church Praise Congregation took up the venue and gave it to us for free. And so pre-activities before our conference, we had students take up the personality trait test to get an indication of what exactly what their traits are. And then we did a bit of branding in the school so that they would be aware, there will be awareness created for the program. And so during the conference, there was a cadet parade and then a brass band show, and then discussions on personality traits. And we had some professionals who came there to also expound on their career path. And the guidance and counseling unit for the GA East came to support us with guidance and counseling stuff. And there was also the SHS coordinator who came to make us aware. That was the first time I was even knowing that now the courses in the second cycle has moved from program-based to subject area-based. So you choose the subject areas and combine them and then read them. That's the new curriculum they are doing now. And so here are some of the students. Some displayed art work. Some showed off their talents by doing dancing and giving us a talk show. And we engaged parents during the event. They modeled in their careers that they wanted to be. Some wanted to be nurses. And one surprising thing is that most of them, majority of the kids also wanted to be in the arts area, dancing, music, and the rest. So post the conference, this is what we plan to undertake. We are looking at taking a one-on-one engagement with the kids to understand, for them to understand specifically what their traits are and how it feathers them into the future in terms of the job market. And we are also looking at, they've given us a space and we are looking at refurbishing it for the guidance and counseling unit so that they can have access to a space and educate the children for their benefits. So this is the impact. Students' awareness were created for the career options that are available to them. They also had to know that their personality traits should inform the kind of subject they choose moving into the second cycle institutions and also improve their employability and skills in the future. So for the teachers, we all had the opportunity to be trained or educated on what it is for careers for the children. And as I already said, for all of us there that day, we got to know that there's a new subject combination, and they do not move with the old kind of system. So we are looking at, for the national level, looking at employability for these kids who are being able to identify themselves with some particular traits so that they can venture into future careers that are ready on the market as well. So here are some of our challenges. We had limited resources, so we also had to fund it on our own self, and then we had time constraints, and at some level during our engagements we had stakeholder pushback where they lacked the interest, and so we had to dig further and then explain ourselves to them to let them know what exactly we are. So in a short term, we look at training some of the teachers, enhancing their skills on guidance and counseling so that they can actually do this they can perform these tasks. And in the long run, we look to providing them resources to get their career guidance and counseling center. And we want to partner with industry experts so that we can get internship programs for such kids. And here is the team. There's Kofi Baden, there's Angelica, Priscilla, Edu, Rebecca, and Aquile, and myself. And so here is some of the pictures of our program.
Okay. The name of the group again is?
So we named ourselves Development Partners.
You are Development Partners, okay.
Yes, please.
So my question one, thank you for taking this up, okay. Mental health, guidance, career, they are very important. Some students are doing courses in the university they don't really want to do. Their parents say, this is what you are supposed to do, and that's what they are doing. And we are seeing the consequences around with the suicide and all those kind of things. Now, my question is the sustainability plan. You didn't tell us about that. So can we have a brief response to that?
So I think with the sustainability plan, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them a round of applause. They've done well. Wonderful. Up next, we have the Sunya group. Please, let's consider time. I beg you. It's Sunyane. Sunyane group, sorry. What's Sunya?
Write Sunya on their documents. I think after Sunya. Okay. Is this your slide? No, this is the wrong slide. This is your slide? Okay. So if you want to move forward, just click this. If you want to move backwards, you click this. If there's something in particular you want to point at on the screen, press this, the red dot will show on it. You don't need to point at the system, just point at the screen here. Okay?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Please, gifty clue. Behind me is Emilia, Rakia, and Samuel. We are, sorry, let me correct this quickly. We are Sunyani group. Thank you. Yeah. Our title of the project is Hygiene Hub. Hygiene Hub aimed at improving sanitation and hygiene education at SDA Basic School. Our team has worked with school administration, parents, local authorities, and then the community leaders, health authorities as well. This is in line with the Sustainable Development Goal to ensure hygienic environments and open defecation. Okay, thank you. This is in line with Sustainable Development Goal 6 to ensure hygienic environments and open defecation and well-being and dignity of individual. Our stakeholders engagement, we have the headmasters and the teaching staff, the executives of PTA, then assemblyman of the electoral area, which is Kasejan, in the Nkranza South Municipal Assembly in the Bono East region. We also have an engagement with the Municipal Education Directorate, and then the Municipal Health Directorate, the students, the SDA Church, and then Environmental Protection Agency as well. Okay. Our vision, our mission, to provide accessible hygiene facility and promote dignity, health, and well-being for all in school. Addressing a critical need. We have a lot of needs in SDA school, not just the school, but looking at the condition at hand, their need is very critical that needs to be addressed, which has to do with their toilet facility. SDA school for some time now have been deprived of toilet facility in the school for over a number of years with the consultations and the engagements we have with the school. They've been lacked of toilet facility. And then the students go around the bushes in the school to openly defecate. And in fact, when you get to the school, the whole environment, the whole environment is polluted with feces and rubbish and a whole lot of things which may cause health problems to them, like cholera, among others. Yeah. So please, this video depicts the start of our projects. The time we were digging our foundation for the manhole. So you can see the excavator the backhoe over there doing that job. Okay, funding for the project. We solicited funds from individuals and institutions, including the SDA Church, the Teachers Credit Union, St. Teresa's Hospital and St. Teresa's Credit Union, and then the team members itself. Okay, so the nice picture you see there depicts the vision of Hygiene Hub. It's an 8-unit toilet facility that is ongoing currently. Project overview. Needs assessment. It was critical and urgent need among others. This is filling the gap between current situation and desirable future. As I said earlier, the facility is designed for a safe, modern 8-unit facility for boys, girls, and staff in the school. Hygiene education. Workshop and interaction session for students on proper hygiene practices will be done after completion of the project. As you can see on the screen, that was the previous state of their toilet facility, which is dangerous and impose harm to the students. In fact, we wanted to do a maintenance work, but looking at it, the feces are dry up. The feces are dry up, the place is dilapidated, and it has to be demolished to avoid accidents. Okay, so that's the impact assessment. Our aim is to promote healthier environment, reduce absenteeism, and gender. Excited about the positive impact that Hygiene Hub will have on the school and the community. We are actively seeking further funds and partnership to ensure the project's success. We believe that by investing in sanitation and hygiene, we are investing in a healthier future for everyone. Thank you.
Quick one. So when you were presenting, you told us about the financial constraints, but you failed to give us the budget.
Okay. Our budget was around 75,000 Ghana cedis. And so far, we've spent almost 35,000 with the digging of the foundation and then putting up the manhole. So currently, we are still seeking for funds from our solicitors. Thank you.
So well done. Do we have another group coming? That's the last one. Oh, okay. Last at our last. Oh, okay. So just you go and do your corrections, okay? Give us the budget, how much was self-finance, how much was rate, so that anyone coming in or watching you will know how much he or she wants to support. Because I understand this is going to be online for other people to see. So do that homework before you upload it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. So I would want to recognize the presence of Mr. Amadou Zlaidin. He's a former DM student, and he was our connection man. Let me put it in quotes. He was the one who linked us to all the media houses. So thank you so much, sir. And next, we'll call for... Okay, you're already here, so...
We are many. All right, I think that it's unfortunate we can't say all that we plan to say. We have to be out of here in the next 10 minutes. So I'm being a good example. But I want you all to check our group, all the colleagues here, our MSc group. Please go there, pick your phones, and go there. right now, if you can do for me. We have our, the digital room, they are not showing our presentation. Yes, but you see the Facebook link there. Please, can you all follow our Facebook link? The reason is that we chose to put all that we are doing online. We realize that we are doing great jobs in the various communities, but we are not showcasing it online. So as a group who care about all of you, and also the previous groups, we decided to collect all the data and put them online. So we have created a repository where all the good jobs that you are doing can be found and be showcased also online on our social media handles. So we have not only the Facebook handle, we also have the Instagram handle. So if you also have an Instagram account, please go to Instagram and search for SEAP and then follow that and share all the pictures and your success stories there. You know, advocacy is important. Many of you called on others to come and support you financially. But if we are not putting it out there, nobody will know about that. So that's what we decided to do. And yes, I think I will stop there for our presentation, and we can proceed to close so that the other event that is going to happen here can in. Thank you, my team, for the support. The website is also seapprojects.com. So that's also online, yes. .org. No, we don't have time. We have to go, fortunately. Yes, okay. Thank you. Don't worry, all the questions, see these people and ask them. The other group are itching to come in.
I think we can save the questions for the evening, huh?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much,
At the
Doc.
dinner.
At the
All
dinner, we will
website
meet.
questions.
We will have the discussion there. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we want to present an award, the Daima Award, to the last year winner. We want to welcome Mr. Franklin Russell Nyamade to present the award to Mr. George Mpoa. Please welcome Dr. Nyamade. Since Doc is not around, can we get Dr. Shelley to present the award? Oh, Dr. Shelley. Sorry for changing your name. Dr. Sherry, sorry. Please, let's give it to them. Oh, thank you. If you want to say something.
Fellow colleagues, thank you very much for this honor. On behalf of my Executive Director, Jonathan Kaufman, the Director of Community-Driven Development, Nana Manketi Akwedu, we say a very big thank you for recognizing the little efforts we are making to transform lives in many communities in Ghana. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Congratulations to you, Mr. George. Our announcement is after here, we have a dinner at Harper's Space at 7 p.m. Please, we want everyone to be there because we contributed for this, so we need to eat from it as well. Also, we will be meeting to have a group picture right after the event, right in front of the space. Hold on. Okay, so now we want to call on Gathy Fedu to give us the vote of thanks.
Wow, what an incredible time we've had today. I'm sure everyone, I mean, you were all so excited about your project, but seeing the other projects, you realize that we've done a great job together as students, as colleagues. And I think it will be in a good place for all of us to give ourselves a gboza. So the gboza to all of us. Yeah, so as we bring the program to a close, this conference, the 8th conference for SEEP, I would like to say a huge thank you to everybody here present today, especially our distinguished speakers, our lecturers, and we, the students who've made this possible, and especially our coordinator. I think that Dr. Victoria should be given a very big clap because it's not easy to keep on organizing an event. And one of the things that I'm leaving here with is the fact that, you know, learning is progressive, and definitely when you put yourself to doing something, you'll be able to achieve it. One project that I am committed to being part of is the website project, the ones who did the digital. Although I wanted to ask a question, but I have an interest there. That's why I was asking the question. And we'll meet at Hyperspace. So really want to say thank you to everybody here present today, and also to our organizing team. Really, we've eaten, we are happy. We've drank, we are happy. The event has been seamless. It's not every event that you go to and it's seamless. We'll have challenges with media. People who have been invited will not show up. But you can see that the work that they put behind this, and we are all here and we are witnessing it. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making this happen. Thank you for being great organizers. And we look forward to the next steps of this. I know you guys have something planned for us. Finally, we want to also thank the lecturers, our lecturers who has kept us in this course. I mean, for me personally, I got to a point where I felt like, why are you here? But I know that this is a very impactful course. If we should take our lessons that we have learned in this course, should we take it out of the classroom and practice? There are very few courses that you have practicals actually attached to it. Normally, you have the theory and then you leave with it. But this is a perfect example, and we are happy to see this. So thank you, all of you, and let's meet at Hyperspace, and God bless you all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Agata. We'll call on Mr. Gariba to give us the closing prayer. Also, we need to inform you that we are prepping for the 10th homecoming of SEEP students. So please, we'll keep you informed on the other information, but just know that there's a big celebration coming up. Mr. Gariba.
Let's all be in the mood of prayer. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun alal mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Guys, the pictures is outside. We'll be taking the pictures outside. Oh, and also there are lunch packs for you, so... Eric, you are smiling. Also, Also, please make sure you take your plastic bottles. We have another event, so please. Let's take them.
Look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This is better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This is better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck this way, you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a time, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a test and yeah, let me write. I just took a test and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women now be bad because the vocal's nice. Yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just see the devil with the jackpot. I'm in the slowest in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm not for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gonna be anywhere to ask me. Ask a favor with a shout out to gas me. Really dying, take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up